proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have one issue I wanted to clear with the court. There were 3 stipulations that were previously signed and filed, and then there are 2 that were signed this morning that have not been filed. Generally, I mark those as joint exhibits. I was unsure if, I thought the court had said a different terminology, but I wanted to ensure it was okay with the joint exhibit.
Yeah. Do you have the one that was filed by chance?
Yes, I have the copies of them as filed, as well as copies with our original signatures. I can hand both up. I actually marked the ones that have our original signatures, but
Okay.
those are filed, and then the other 2 have not been filed, simply because they were signed this morning.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yep. Okay.
5 have not been filed. These have been filed. The original signatures are marked joint. These are just show you that they have been.
Okay.
Do you want both sets?
No, just this one.
The 1 through 3 are filed, 1 is not.
All right, thanks. Okay, anything else preliminarily?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I don't believe this is applicable at this time, but we'd move for separation of witnesses.
Okay, it's granted.
Thank you.
Opening statements?
We would agree with the separation of witnesses. We'd also ask to incorporate the indictment into the opening statement.
That's granted. Go ahead.
Aaron Berry, the defendant, and Sophia Cicconetti have been in an on-again, off-again relationship since the summer of 2014. In May of 2017, they had a daughter, Samaya Cicconetti. They last lived together when Aaron Berry moved into the home that Sophia and Samaya were already living in at 294 Stonehaven Drive in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio. However, at the end of 2022, Sophia told Aaron that he needed to move out. She gave him 30 days and to be out by January 1st of 2023. He was out by January 1st of 2023. Due to having a daughter together, there was still contact. Not all the contact was wanted. On February 4th of 2023, Sophia and Samaya, as well as Sophia's mother, Amy Cicconetti, a niece and her grandmother, went to Cityscape in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio. While they were there, the defendant came. He was uninvited. Sophia did not want him there. He would not stop bothering her. He wouldn't leave, so she called the police. Defendant left after she called the police and before they arrived. The police did come, they left. Defendant returned again. Again, he went up to Sophia, Cityscape, would not leave her alone, would not leave. She called the police again. He left before the police arrived. On February 25th of 2023, defendant was calling Sophia numerous times. She was not answering. He continued to call and call. On February 26th, the next day, 2023, Sophia is at home. She's in her bedroom, laying on her bed, on her phone. Her daughter's next to her. She had let the dog out and let the dog back in and forgot to lock the door. As she is on her phone, on her bed, she hears the side door open, then her bedroom door opens, and the defendant, uninvited, without permission, comes into her home, comes into her bedroom, jumps on her back, trying to get the phone away from her. The police are called. He does leave prior to the police arriving. In March, there's more contact, mainly for Samaya to see her father. And then there's Easter weekend, that Friday, April 7th, to Easter Sunday, April 9th of 2023. Samaya was staying with her father on Hine Avenue, where he lives with his aunt and uncle. Samaya went over on Friday, April 7th, was to stay there through Saturday the 8th, and then be picked up Easter, April 9th. Friday night, at April 7th, Sophia stays at her mom's house. She doesn't stay at Stonehaven. Saturday night, April 8th, Sophia stays at 593 Colonial Drive in Painesville, Ohio. It's her friend's parents' house. Her friend lives there as well. That evening into the early morning, so the morning of Sunday, April 9th, the very early morning hours, as her car is parked outside on Colonial Drive, she receives rude messages from the defendant at about 1:59 a.m. So she turns off her phone. Around 3:30, defendant is outside the house yelling, banging on the door, waking up everybody at 593 Colonial Drive. He is yelling things such as, "I know you're in there," and yelling Sophia's name. The police are called. Defendant leaves before the police arrive. Police stop to speak with Sophia, and then they leave. After the police leave, defendant comes back onto the property. He's walking around. The police are called again. He leaves before they arrive. The police stay in the area a bit longer to see if he returns. They do not see him return. However, just after 7:30 a.m., well, moving back, after the police leave the second time, sometime after that, Sophia does turn her phone back on, and her messages that were coming in while it was off come through. And there are multiple messages from the defendant specifically saying at 3:01, "You're not at home," things of that nature. And then just after 7:30 a.m., the defendant is found by police officers squatting next to Sophia's car parked on Colonial Drive in the street. Defendant also sends Sophia photographs of her parked car on Colonial Drive near the residence. Sophia later, when she goes to leave Colonial Drive, does request a police escort based on the defendant being in the area. She returns home to Stonehaven, but then she goes to her mother's house, also in Painesville, Ohio. She and her mother go to pick up Samaya, because now it's Easter, April 9th, at the Hine Avenue address. The defendant isn't there, the aunt and uncle are. Samaya goes with her mother, Sophia, and her grandmother, Amy. They spend Easter together. Around 12:15 p.m., Sophia gets a notification on her phone. She's able to see a video from her house of the defendant opening her front window, sticking his head in, and yelling for her. She's not home at that time. They have no permission to be there. Later in the evening, around 4:30 p.m., Sophia determines that she should go back to Stonehaven to let the dog out. So Sophia, her mother Amy, Samaya, one of Samaya's cousins, and grandmother all go back to Stonehaven in grandmother's car. When they get there, the two young girls go to the park. Sophia's getting ready to go in the house to let the dog out. Her mother sees that the front yard could use some yard work, needs a rake, asks her to open the detached garage. She opens the garage door, and out comes the defendant wearing a mask. It does show the whole area of his eyes. It's not the small holes around the eyes, but the whole opening, and the whole opening of his mouth. There's a piece of fabric that goes across sort of the nose lip area. Amy, mom, knows who it is, his voice, she can see who it is, but she's startled by this mask of somebody coming out of the garage. When he comes out, he beelines towards Sophia, wanting to speak with her in a loud voice, just coming towards her. She is trying to get away from him, moving away. He keeps following her, to the point that mom tries to block him by standing in front of him and putting her arms out. He gets around her, continues to try to get to Sophia. Sophia calls 911, and you can hear the defendant in the background of the 911 call, but he does leave before the police arrive. When the police arrive, specifically Sergeant Collins is there, he checks the garage and outside of the house. There's nothing of concern that he sees. That night, Sophia and Samaya stay at her mother's house again. Which brings us to Monday, April 10th. She has spent the night at her mother's house. In the morning, there are numerous calls from a number that she knows Aaron to use, the defendant to use. It has a 525 number to it. She does not answer them. She does have to ask for a police escort to make sure he's not at Stonehaven for when she returns there. He is not there when she gets there. Police check. She decides that on that day she's going to file for a protection order. She heads to the court, but realizes that she forgot something. So she heads back home, and as she's heading towards Stonehaven, she sees the defendant walking towards Stonehaven as well. He starts yelling at her. She calls the police. The police come. At this point, he's asking for a couple items that are still at the house, or in her car, actually, and in the garage. After that is dealt with, the police leave, the defendant has left. Sophia goes on to file the protection order, and she does receive an initial protection order. She goes home, works at home, and then at the end of the workday, she goes to meet with Sergeant Collins, as they had discussed, about what had been going on since the defendant had moved out of the house in January. While she's waiting to speak with Sergeant Collins, the defendant FaceTimes her. She covers up her camera, but answers it and sees that it is the defendant, showing the 525 number that keeps calling her, as well as his face. He does have the mask on, so the part that goes between the nose and the lip is under his chin. She goes in and meets with Sergeant Collins. They go over what's been happening, the calls, the texts, showing up uninvited. As soon as she leaves Sergeant Collins, she receives a video that she knows is of her driveway with the leaves. There's a yellow plastic flower in it, and that has also come from the defendant that he must have taken while he was at her house. You'll also hear of the defendant's history of violence towards Sophia or any other person, as well, or a history of violent acts towards Sophia or any other person. You're going to hear about January 3rd of 2015, when Sophia was living at Steele Avenue in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio. She was at the apartment. She had people over. The defendant was over. Things are not going well, so she leaves the apartment, as her sister and her friend do as well, who were over there. She gets in the vehicle with them, and the defendant, though not invited, gets in the vehicle as well. He grabs her neck. He pulls out her earrings. When her sister pulls into the Dairy Mart, Sophia runs out into the store, asking people to call 911. And then the defendant takes her out of Dairy Mart. He does leave before the police arrive. You will see photographic marks on her neck and behind her ear. Then a few days later, on January 7th of 2015, Steele Avenue Apartments, the defendant comes to the apartment, knocks on the door. He is not admitted. He kicks the door open, damaging the door and leaving marks on it. You'll see those pictures as well. On August 13th of 2017, this time Sophia is living at Fox Run Apartments in Willoughby, Lake County, Ohio. The defendant is not living with her, does not have a key. She comes home one morning. When she goes in, the defendant comes out of her bedroom. He had no key, no permission to be there. He was waiting for her in the apartment. He throws Sophia to the ground, grabs her neck, grabs her phone, and grabs a knife. You'll see photos of the marks on her neck and finger. We get to April 23rd of 2019. She's still living in Fox Run in Willoughby, and the defendant has been staying with her. So on this date of the 23rd, she tells the defendant he needs to get his stuff and move out. The very next day, on the 24th, Sophia's birthday, she has a friend over, Joseph Robinson, and as Sophia and Joseph are leaving the apartment, she sees the defendant. The defendant runs towards her friend Joe, punches him. Sophia is able to run back to the apartment and lock the door. She runs into her daughter's bedroom and calls 911. The defendant breaks a window to enter her apartment, finds Sophia in her daughter's room, pushes her to the floor, disconnects the 911 call, and holds her down. You'll see photos of the damage to the window as well as the 911 call. On September 6th of 2020, at this point, she's living on Nye Road in Painesville Township in Lynn County, Ohio. Sophia and the defendant had been at an event during the day and into the evening. They were arguing when they got back to the apartment. The defendant shoves her to the couch, puts his hands on her neck. You'll see photos of redness on the neck. Now, she did later recant and say it didn't happen. However, you will hear her explanation for that. On November 24th of 2020, a few months later, still on Nye Road, the defendant is not living with Sophia, but she does have him over. While he's over, he gets angry. He takes that out on Sophia, pushing her against the kitchen wall, putting his hand over her mouth, grabbing her arms. She calls 911 when she's able to get away. You'll see photos of the marks on her arms, and you'll be able to hear the 911 call. That's the history of violence and history of violent acts, and what you will hear. Then when we go back to that April 10th, 2023, that evening, the defendant is served with a protection order, about 11:18 p.m. Sophia is at her home that evening on Stonehaven. She receives a text from the defendant at 11:31 p.m. about a family member, and he refers to Sophia as a stupid bitch. Sophia is going to sleep, drifting off to sleep, when she is woken up about 1:40, 1:45 a.m. She hears the defendant's voice. She hears banging on her bedroom window, which is just behind her headboard of her bed. She hears him saying about her having somebody in there, banging on the window. She pulls the curtains open. She's able to confirm that the window is locked. She sees the defendant. He's wearing that ski-type mask again, but she can see most of his face and hear his voice, and she knows who he is. She sees that he's pushed the screen up and is trying to get in. She's frightened and she calls 911 at about 1:45 a.m. The police arrived. Sophia shows them which window is hers from the outside, so they can see the outside of the window. When they go to that window, they see handprints on it. A very distinct left handprint and a right one that is much more smudged in an upward motion. The officer is able to take swabs inside the handprint for touch DNA, for DNA inside, from the left as well as the right. Once that dries, able to lift latent palm prints or latent prints off of the window. He's able to lift 2 for the left hand. The palm prints on the window match Aaron's palm prints. The DNA left in the handprints are consistent with Aaron's DNA. The next day, early morning hours, just after midnight on April 12th of 2023, defendant is making calls from the Lake County Jail. Sophia receives 3 calls. One of those calls at 8:49, she hears Aaron's voice on it as he complains about her keeping him away from his daughter. And then on May 2nd of 2023, the defendant calls Sophia again and exchanges words with her. This is the information you are going to hear. After you hear and see all of the evidence, the state will ask you to hold the defendant responsible and accountable for his actions and find him guilty of the menacing by stalking, the attempted burglary, and the multiple counts of violating a protection order. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. There are two sides to every story. The allegations in this indictment span nearly half of this year, and we anticipate that throughout this trial, you're going to hear about many years spanning the relationship between Sophia Cicconetti and Aaron Berry. And in preparation for this trial, as a person who was completely unfamiliar with these two, the way that I started was by breaking down time periods. And so to give an explanation to the court on what I anticipate is going to be heard throughout the trial, I want to also break down those time periods for you. And so I anticipate that there is going to be evidence and testimony presented from 2015 to up to 2022. And the defense concedes that there is a history here between Aaron and Sophia, and that history, unfortunately, has led to what is charged in the indictment as a history of violence, as alleged in count 1 of the indictment. There's no denying that. That time period demonstrates it. Aaron's prior criminal record demonstrates it, and he is stipulated to that. He agrees that that is shown. Nothing that we say throughout this trial is an attempt to cheapen that fact. But what this case is really going to be about is the way that one thing may be presented to the police and the way that the other side of that relationship worked between Aaron and Sophia. And we're going to show throughout this trial that Sophia utilized the system to, in a lot of ways, attempt to manipulate Aaron and to keep him around. And one thing would be said to the police and to her mother, and on the other side, we anticipate that you're going to hear what Aaron was hearing, or how that was being portrayed to Aaron, and that they were vastly different at a lot of periods of time throughout their relationship. And what we're going to be focusing on is the first time period in the indictment, which relates from January 1st to April 10th of 2023. And that time period is specifically for the purpose of the charge of menacing by stalking. You're going to hear that throughout these months, Aaron and Sophia were very often together, and that is demonstrated often in times by different police reports, when Sophia and Aaron would have contact with police in various different ways, whether that be through a traffic stop, through a civil complaint. There's a lot of contact that's documented, and that's documented in part because Sophia would often call the police. She would say, well, I don't want to press charges in this case, and that's a repeated thing in their relationship. She would invite him over. They had a sexual relationship often, and when something was changing in their relationship, when Sophia would start to date a new person, or Aaron would start to date a new person, these instances would start again. You're going to hear that the picture is really not as simple as one bad person and one good person, that both made a lot of mistakes, and I think that we're going to have an opportunity to hear about those mistakes. And the culmination of it all sort of ends in the early morning of April 11th, 2023. And the defense anticipates that you're going to hear that there is a lot of documentation on the going-ons of April 10th, and then that evening leading up to the morning when the allegation was that Aaron attempted to burglarize Sophia's house, that he tried to open up that window. You're going to hear that Aaron had experienced a very difficult loss on April 10th, that he found his aunt deceased. The police were aware of that there was going on, the documentation related to that, and that Aaron on the night of April 10th was at Jackie Bar in Paynesville. Police were there for a separate incident, saw Aaron. Aaron was there with a number of different people. And you're going to hear that when the allegation was that Aaron was at Sophia's house, that he was in fact at Jackie's bar. And although those two locations are fairly close to one another, Paynesville is small. Aaron walks. He walks around Paynesville. He goes from his uncle's house to Jackie's, to his house, to Sophia's. He walks around the whole town. And while you're going to hear about DNA evidence and you're going to hear about fingerprints, and Aaron has also stipulated to those facts, what is going to be contested is when those things actually occurred and whether that was on the morning of April 11th when the state claims that Aaron tried to break into her home. The final time period is going to be conduct that occurred after Aaron's arrest. You're going to see and hear about Sophia messaging Aaron while he's in jail, and Aaron having conversations with his daughter from the phone in jail. You're going to hear about Sophia posting about their relationship on Facebook and taunting about how long Aaron is going to be going to prison for. Your Honor, there are two sides to every story, and that's really why we're here today, because Aaron is seeking to use that opportunity to explain to the court his side. And we know that you will have the opportunity to judge the credibility of the witnesses and make the determination of what has actually happened in the 6 months of this year leading up to the conduct that is alleged in mid-April. And once you hear that complete story and see the whole picture, we're going to be asking that you find Aaron not guilty. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. First witness?
Your Honor, State would call Patrolman Stephen Edinger.
You raise your right hand, please. Swear testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name
Stephen Ettinger,
and where are you currently employed?
Painesville City Police Department.
How long have you been with the Painesville City Police Department?
About 2.5 years almost.
And are you a police officer, patrolman with Painesville City Police Department?
Yes, I am.
And are you a certified police officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
And you went through the academy, everything you needed to be certified and to become a police officer?
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to February 4th of 2023. Were you working for the Painesville Police Department on that day?
I was.
And what shift were you working that day?
Day shift.
And what hours are day shift?
7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
And were you working in uniform or plain clothes?
Uniform.
And does your uniform have a badge and patches that indicate that you work for the Painesville Police Department?
Yes. Badge, patches, name tag.
And were you driving a marked police car or an unmarked car?
A marked cruiser.
So that cruiser shows that you work for Painesville Police Department.
That is correct.
On February 4th of 2023 at about 2:43 p.m., were you dispatched to 63 West Walnut Avenue, Painesville, Lake County, Ohio, for a harassment report?
Correct.
And what is at 63 West Walnut Avenue?
City Skate Center.
And what information did you receive prior to arriving at Cityscape?
That Mr. Berry left in a Silver car.
Were you aware before you arrived who had been the caller, or if there was more than just Mr. Berry leaving in the vehicle?
No.
When you arrived at Cityscape, who, if anybody, did you have contact with?
Sophia Cicconetti.
Were you aware before you arrived that that's who you would want to have contact with?
Yes.
So you did have some information about the caller at that time?
I did, yes.
When you met with Sophia Cicconetti, can you describe her demeanor, her appearance?
She was red in the face, voice cracking, appeared as if she was going to cry.
Fair to say she was, well, based on that aspect, the voice cracking, close to tears, red cheeks, fair to say she was upset.
Correct.
And when you first encountered her, what, if anything, did you say to you right away?
That he left.
Did she tell you anything of what had occurred before he left?
He grabbed her phone.
Did she tell you what she was doing with her phone before he grabbed it?
I can't recall.
When you arrived, was Aaron Berry there? Did you see him at all?
No.
Was it your understanding that Aaron Berry had been invited to be there, or was unexpectedly there?
Unexpectedly there.
When you left Cityscape, fair to say it was the end of your shift, it was getting close to 3 p.m.
That is correct.
Before you left to the Painesville Police Department after your shift, were you aware if any other calls came out for Cityscape?
Yes, there is one more.
And was this again a call from Sophia Cicconetti for officers to return to Cityscape?
That is correct.
And was it again regarding Aaron Berry?
Yes.
Did you respond back to Cityscape?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who was that?
Officer Vaskovic.
Drawing your attention to February 26th of 2023. Were you again working for the Painesville Police Department day shift, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you again have your uniform and a marked police car, all indicating you worked for the Painesville City Police Department?
Yes.
So on that day, February 26th of 2023, around 9:23 a.m., did you respond to 294 Stonehaven Drive in Painesville Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
For a report of a physical domestic.
Report of what?
A domestic, I believe.
A physical domestic?
Yes.
All right, make sure you keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, sir.
And what information did you receive prior to arriving at Stonehaven?
I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Was this again related to Aaron Berry and Sophia Cicconetti?
Yes.
And was it your understanding when you were arriving to the location that Aaron Berry would be there, or he would not be there?
He would not be there.
And had he left similarly in a silver vehicle?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Stonehaven address, did you encounter Sophia Cicconetti?
I did.
Was she outside, inside? Where did she meet you?
She met me up the driveway.
So she walked down the driveway to meet with you as you arrived?
Yes.
What was her demeanor, her appearance on that occasion on February 26th?
Similar to the previous.
So her voice was cracking. Was she crying on this occasion?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she tell you had just happened?
I'm sorry, I can't remember off the top of my head.
When you arrived there, based on what Sophia told you, did you look at her wrists?
I did, yes.
And what, if anything, did you notice about her wrists?
They were red.
Did you go into the house?
Yes.
Did you go into Sophia's bedroom based on what she told you?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, did you see in Sophia's bedroom?
Muddy shoe prints
And where were the muddy shoe prints?
on the bed.
On where?
The bed.
And was that consistent with what Sophia had told you happened?
Yes.
Who did she indicate had left the muddy shoe prints?
Aaron Berry.
Did she tell you how the muddy shoe prints had gotten on the bed?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
He got on top of the bed and on top of her.
So she was on the bed and he got on top of her and left his shoe prints on the bed.
Correct.
Did she indicate to you how her wrists were red?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
He tried to grab her phone as her arms were tucked underneath her.
So she is laying on her stomach on the bed when he comes in,
Correct.
and then she pulls her hands and her phone underneath her,
That is correct, yes.
and that's what he's trying to pull to get to her phone.
Yes.
Did Sophia also show you her phone from the evening before?
She did.
And who was she showing you had been calling her?
Aaron Berry.
Were photographs taken of the bed as well as the phone?
Yes, they were.
Marking for purposes of identification, states exhibits 1A, 1B, 1C, and 1D, showing them to defense counsel. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yep.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state exhibit 1A, 1B, and 1C. What are those photographs of?
Sophia's bed and muddy shoe prints on the bed.
So all three pictures are of Sophia's bedroom at 294 Stonehaven Drive,
Correct.
and is 1A kind of an overview when you walk into her room?
Yes.
So it shows her bed with the window behind it. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then 1B is a little bit closer up of the bed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what area on the bed on the photograph shows shoe prints or dirt?
The front edge.
So the lower left part of the picture?
Yes.
And then state exhibit 1C, is that just a close-up of the shoe print and the dirt on the bed in Sophia's bedroom?
Yes.
And are these all fair and accurate representations of how the room and the bed looked when you were there on February 26th of 2023?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as state exhibit 1D. 1D, 3 pages of photographs,
Yes.
and are these photographs of the phone when Sophia Cicconetti was showing you the call she had received the day before, being February 25th of 2023?
Yes.
on the very first page, are there, how many lines, well, are there any calls from anybody other than Aaron showing on the page?
No.
Is it fair to say there were numerous calls made?
Yes.
And based on the fact that the names are all in red, does that indicate they were not answered?
Correct.
And is page 2 of 1D show additional phone calls from the day before that February 25th from Aaron Berry?
Yes.
And then the last page of 1D, this is a photograph from her calls on February 26th, the actual day you were there, is that correct?
Yes.
And actually showing when she called 911.
Yes.
And the very top of page 3 of 1D shows what appears to be an answered call from Aaron on FaceTime. Was that actually an error when taking pictures, it was hit to connect by the police officer and not by Ms. Cicconetti?
I can't recall.
But the photographs in 1D are all fair and accurate representation of the phone that pictures were taken of,
Yes.
all from February, pictures taken on February 26th of 2023?
Yes.
Did you have occasion before leaving Stonehaven that morning of February 26th to speak with a neighbor?
I did.
Did the neighbor confirm that he had seen Aaron Berry in the area?
He did.
So after leaving Stonehaven, did you respond back to 294 Stonehaven around 10:29 a.m.?
Correct.
And why did you return?
A male banging on the window.
Banging what?
Banging on the window.
And who was the male banging on the window?
Mr. Berry.
When you returned to the residence, did you meet with Sophia Cicconetti again?
I did.
What, if anything, did you learn about the vehicle that had been indicated that the defendant, Mr. Berry, had left the area?
It was her vehicle?
So it was Sophia Cicconetti's vehicle?
Yes.
So she had previously given him permission to drive the vehicle,
That is correct.
and at this time, it's fair to say she wanted the vehicle back.
Yes.
Was that vehicle located?
It was.
When you were in the home, did it appear that any male was living in that home?
No.
Was there perhaps one item of something that could have been a male,
There was, yes.
and what was that?
A black sweatshirt.
A what?
A black sweatshirt. Pullover, I believe.
Where was the vehicle and Mr. Berry located that morning?
Sheer Design.
What is Sheer Design?
A barber shop
Where is that located?
on North State Street.
On North State Street or South State Street?
Oh, sorry, South State Street.
And that's in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
Correct.
And did you go to that location where the vehicle and Mr. Berry were?
Yes, I did.
And who went with you?
Sophia and her daughter.
So you took them to the parking lot at Sheer Design?
Yes.
And did you see Mr. Berry at that location?
I did.
How was he behaving while you were there?
Cussing, upset.
Was he being loud or soft voiced?
Loud.
Was there something that he was demanding out of the vehicle?
Coins.
There were coins in the vehicle that he wanted out?
Yes.
Were they given to him?
Yes.
And what was anything of interest that Mr. Berry was wearing that you noticed?
His tennis shoes.
And what did you notice about the shoes he was wearing?
There was mud on them.
Marking for purposes of identification, State's Exhibit 1E, showing to defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1E. You know that is a photograph of.
Mr. Berry's shoes.
So this shows Mr. Berry wearing the shoes,
Yes.
and that's from February 26, 2023, while you were at the Shears Design parking lot.
Correct.
And in addition to the shoes that have bits of indicated mud on them, what is Mr. Berry holding in his hand? Is that a mask that you see him holding?
Yes.
This is a fair and accurate representation of Mr. Berry on that date in that location?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Berry in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point him out by his location, something he is wearing?
He's wearing blue, sitting over there on my left
And you're
side.
pointing to your left. The record could note an identification of the defendant?
Yes.
Kind of brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Cross?
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mary Springer, and I represent the defendant Aaron Berry. So I want to start with the first, date that you mentioned interacting with Mr. Berry. You indicated that that was on February 4th of this year, correct?
Yes.
And that was the incident that took place at City Stage, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you stated that you responded to the report of harassment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Was anyone charged with harassment?
Objection.
Overruled.
You can answer.
No.
If you felt that there was a credible threat of harassment, you have the authority to charge that conduct, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that you had an interaction with Sophia Cicconetti, right?
Yes.
And that, do you know whether or not she was seeking to pursue charges against Mr. Berry?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do you know whether or not she was seeking to pursue charges against him?
Undetermined at the time.
Okay. And that was on February 4th, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had the occasion on February 5th to speak with her again, right?
Yes.
And at that time, she did not want to pursue charges, right?
That is correct.
She said that she knew how to obtain a protection order, right?
Yes.
Whether or not a person wants to pursue charges, that doesn't determine whether or not you file them, right?
Objection.
What's your basis?
Relevance as well as speculation.
Your Honor, it's relevant because if there was any evidence to file charges for the conduct that was occurring here, then I'm just inquiring whether that officer could have filed that, whether or not the victim wanted to pursue it.
When you say filed it,
Charge,
isn't up to the prosecutor to charge or not charge based on whatever is submitted by the police department?
sometimes in
All
part,
right,
yeah.
So it's not, he's not the one that charges. I mean, he submits a report and the prosecutor does whatever the prosecutor does. So on that basis, it'll be sustained.
Did you submit a report to the prosecutor's office for charges in this case, in that case?
Objection.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I'm sorry, can you ask it again?
Did you submit a police report requesting, seeking charges from the prosecutor in that case?
No.
Was there anyone else around at Cityscape, to speak to about what happened?
Not that I can recall.
So you didn't speak with anyone else, did you?
Not that I can recall.
When you spoke with, Sophia on that day, she told you that she had evicted Aaron from her home, is that right?
I can't recall.
Do you recall writing a police report, on that day?
I do.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of that police report, would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
And I'm just inquiring specifically as it related to Sophia describing evicting Aaron from her residence. You don't remember what she said regarding that on that day, right?
I can't remember.
Okay.
Karen, I'm gonna object the hearsay.
Well, she's asked to refresh his recollection, so I'll let her do that, and we'll see where it goes from there.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
If I showed you a copy of that police report, do you think you would recognize it?
Yes. Thank you.
I'm handing you, if you would just look through that and determine, if it is something that you recognize. That's the report from February 4th, 2023, right?
Yes.
And that, you authored that report?
Yes.
Does it look to be a fair and accurate copy?
Yes.
Does that document help to refresh your memory about what Sophia said related to evicting Aaron from her residence?
I'm sorry, I just need 1 minute.
Sure, of course, take as much time as you need.
Okay, so your question again, if you don't mind?
Yeah, of course. Did Sophia tell you that she had evicted Aaron from her residence on February 4th?
Objection.
Now, is that hearsay? Or is there some exception on that?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
What's it for?
I'm using it, to show credibility and truth of the witness.
All right, sustained.
Where is Sophia's home located?
Stonehaven?
And is that in Painesville?
Correct.
Okay. So if a person was going to file an eviction, where would that occur?
Objection.
Overruled.
Within the city of Painesville?
What's that?
The city of Painesville?
Okay, so that would be filed at the Painesville Municipal Court.
Yes.
Are you aware that that has not occurred?
Objection.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
What's the relevance of an eviction or not an eviction?
Well, Sophia is going to testify that she did, well, I anticipate that she's going to testify that she evicted the defendant based on the state's opening statement.
Is it your belief that she's gonna say she filed an eviction and went to court and had a hearing and there was an order of eviction, an order to vacate?
No, I'm using the testimony to show that she was telling the police one thing and that was not truthful.
Okay, it's sustained.
The next day that you described interacting with Sophia was on February 26th, 2023, right?
Correct.
And that was the incident that you described as being a report of a physical domestic?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you arrived at Sophia's home, you did not observe any physical injuries on her, right?
Redness.
I'm sorry?
I observed redness on her arms.
Okay, you did not observe any physical injuries on her, right?
Objection.
Well, he's answered that he observed redness on her arms. I mean, that's,
Well, I'm inquiring as to whether or not that's different than what he wrote in his police report.
well, but he answered that question, so
Okay.
move on to another question.
Do you remember writing in your police report that you did not observe
Objection.
any signs of physical injury on Sophia?
Overruled.
Do you remember writing that?
Yeah.
You described that when you were there, that Aaron was not at the scene, right?
Yes.
And you later learned that Aaron was using Sophia's car, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Aaron had spent the night at Sophia's house on that day?
Objection.
Overruled.
Are you aware of that?
No.
You said that you spoke with a neighbor, right?
Yes.
What did that neighbor indicate in terms of observing Aaron? Did the neighbor say that Aaron had spent the night there?
I can't recall.
You talked about the allegation that Aaron was, what was it, jumping on Sophia's bed or jumping on Sophia?
I can't recall.
Okay. So something having to do with the muddy shoes, is that right?
If you can repeat that question.
So you were there for the report of something having to do with the muddy shoes, right? That's what you testified to.
Yes.
Okay. After that incident happened, whatever occurred with the muddy shoes, Sophia then gave Aaron the keys to her car, right?
Objection. Withdrawn.
Overruled.
I don't know.
Okay. You remember having to warn Sophia about wrongful entrustment, right?
Correct.
Was she charged with wrongful entrustment?
No.
You described asking Sophia if Aaron lived at the residence, right?
I can't recall for certain.
On direct examination, you had talked about that, I think, right?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Whenever you're responding to the report of a physical incident, a domestic between two people, is that something that you would typically ask about? Whether or not they
If
live
somebody
together?
lives there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And why might you do that?
Why would I do that? For domestic violence.
Okay, to determine whether or not a portion of the domestic violence occurred, whether or not they lived together, right?
Correct.
So do you remember asking on that day if they did live together?
I can't recall.
Okay. Do you remember talking about not seeing any possessions of a male at the residence? Do you remember testifying about that in direct examination?
Yes.
And you described you only saw one thing?
A black sweatshirt.
Okay. And why would you be doing that? Why would you be looking around to see if there were items related to a male?
In regards to domestic violence?
Okay, so to determine if he lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So did you look around the entirety of the house?
Not the entirety.
And at that point, it was within 30 days from the last interaction that you had with Sophia, right?
Well, the first one happened on the 4th, and the
And-
second one happened on the 26th, so
Okay.
within 30 days.
Okay, so we're within a 30-day period here.
Correct.
And at that point, Sophia again, withdrawn. At that point in time, you spoke with Aaron as well, right? On the 26th.
Yes.
And he explained to you that he did have a...
Objection.
What's the explanation you're trying to elicit from the officer?
Whether or not Aaron was living there.
Okay, sustained.
At after you had the opportunity to speak with both of them, Sophia and Aaron, did you write up a report and request that charges be filed from the prosecutor's office?
No.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with Sophia on a couple of days later, on March 4th as well?
I can't recall.
Okay. Were you aware that Sophia did not want to pursue charges?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Chairman Ender, in your report, you do document that you saw redness on her wrist, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say when you said no physical injuries, you meant beyond what you saw?
Correct.
And is it common practice for you to ask individuals if they want to pursue charges or not?
Always.
And their feelings on that are taken into consideration, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in your experience, it's not uncommon for people to decline to have charges?
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
We have a brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Let's take about a 10-minute break.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Now, hindsight is 20/20.
witness.
The state would call Patrolman Stephen Voskovic.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Stephen Ivaskovic, Ivaskovic.
Where are you currently employed?
Painesville City Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Painesville Police Department?
a little over 4 years.
Before joining the Painesville Police Department, did you work at any other police department?
Yes, Perry Village and Willoughby Hills.
What training did you take to become a police officer?
Basic Police Academy,
And are you a certified police officer in the state of Ohio?
yes.
Have you had any specialized training or courses?
Yes.
What are those?
FTO, Evidence Tech,
What are your duties as a police officer?
patrol, respond to calls, handle calls of service, investigate crimes.
What's your total, number of years, your total law enforcement experience?
Just under 5.
Turning your attention to February 4th, 2023, were you on duty that day?
Yes.
What shift?
Noons.
And what hours are those?
It's going to be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
What was your role during that shift?
Patrolman,
What were you driving that day?
marked patrol car.
How's it marked?
It's got Painesville Police on the side.
And what were you wearing?
The uniform similar to what I'm wearing today.
So it had badges and patches indicating you're a Painesville police
Correct.
officer? Around 3 p.m. that day, were you dispatched to 36 West Walnut Avenue? I'm sorry,
63.
63 West Walnut Avenue.
Yes.
What kind of establishment is that?
It is a roller rink,
You know what it's called?
cityscape.
Is that Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
Correct.
What information did you receive prior to arriving there?
From the dispatchers.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be a call of a disturbance that's going on between, from the caller, Sophia and Aaron
When you say Aaron, who do you mean?
Berry.
Were you the first officer that was at Cityscape that day?
For my shift, yes, but there was a call prior to me being there.
Did you make contact with anyone once you arrived?
Yes, I met Sophia in the parking lot.
What was her demeanor?
She was frantic. She was visibly upset, not like crying or anything like that, but anxious, kind of scared, frightened. High-pitched voice when I was talking to her. That's all I can recall.
Did you make contact with Aaron Berry?
I did not.
Did you speak with anyone else that day?
I did.
Who was that?
He's the owner of the roller rink, Don Little.
And was Aaron Berry at Cityscape when you were there?
No.
And as a result of your conversation with the owner of Cityscape, did you plan to take any further action?
He wanted to issue Aaron Berry a trespass letter.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to April 9th, 2023. Were you on duty that day?
Yes.
What shift?
That one would be midnight shift. It's going to be 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And what was your role that day?
Patrolman,
What were you driving?
marked police car.
And what were you wearing?
The uniform similar to what I'm wearing today with a badge on it and Painesville Police badge.
While on duty at around 3:35 a.m., were you dispatched to 593 Colonial Drive?
Yes,
And is that Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
correct.
And what information did you receive prior to arriving at that?
It was a male that was identified to the dispatchers as Aaron Berry that was banging on the door.
Do you know who called?
Sophia Chickeny. She was a complainant for the call. I don't know who called.
Did you make contact with Sophia Chiccanetti?
I did.
What was her demeanor on that occasion?
Very similar to the way I described for the Cityscape instance.
Frustrated, animated, high-pitched voice,
Correct.
upset.
Correct. Talking with her hands.
Did you interact with anyone else when you were there?
I did not.
Was Aaron Berry there?
He was not.
Did you take any other action at that point?
Action? No, I guess we asked her for if she had or she mentioned not a trespass, a protection order, but it wasn't served yet.
Then, was anyone else in the house?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
I don't know who they were. I believe they lived there, obviously. I didn't get their names.
Did you interact with them at all?
I didn't interact with them, but I overheard them inside.
Without saying what you overheard, or what they said, what were you able to observe about the other people in the house?
They were frightened. They
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you hear any voices from inside the house?
I did.
And how would you describe those voices?
The voices inside the house were yelling.
Was it a male or female voice?
It was a male voice.
Did you see the male at any point?
I did not see the male, no.
So at around 3:50 a.m., did you have the occasion to return to 593 Colonial Drive?
Correct.
And what was the basis of that?
That Aaron Berry was back at the location, banging on the door again.
Did you make contact with Sophia?
I did.
And what was her demeanor?
Again, same as before, the frightened,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was Aaron Berry there? Was
he was not.
anyone else there this time?
The residents were, I would believe, still inside the residence. So,
Did you hear that male voice again?
yes.
How did it sound?
Yelling again, loud.
After speaking with Sophia, did you do anything, or what course of action did you take?
So after the second time that we got called back there, I stayed in the area just to see if there would be a third.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
My name is Mary Springer, and I represent the defendant, Aaron Berry. I'd like to start with the first day that you testified about, which was February 4th of 2023. That was the incident that you were describing at City State, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were talking about how you responded to City Gate, and that was the second time police officers responded to that location, right?
Correct.
And, what was the allegation? What was the complaint that you were responding to?
That he was back there causing a disturbance. Basically an argument with her.
Okay. And,
Her as in Sophia.
Sophia and Aaron, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you speak directly with Sophia?
Yes.
Okay. And did she indicate to you that she told Aaron, I'm going to call the cops?
Objection.
Sustained.
Was there anyone else that you had the occasion to speak to at Cityscape?
The owner of it, yes.
Okay. And who was the owner?
Donald C. Little.
Okay. Did you speak to him about whether or not he heard or witnessed anything that happened?
Yes, I asked if he saw the thing, and he didn't.
Okay.
Objection during the second
That,
response.
the second part of that is sustained,
Were there
which
any,
was Little's response to the question.
through your investigation, at Cityscape on that day, were there any other witnesses that were present to what happened?
Not that I'm aware of.
And so what was the ultimate outcome?
Just took the documentation report, and there was no trespass letter issued.
A no trespass letter?
There was not a no trespass letter, so it never got issued.
Okay. Did you intend to do that?
Correct.
To issue the no trespass letter? Okay, and why were you going to be doing that?
I explained the situation to the owner, and that's what he would like to have happen as the outcome. So there was no more disturbances there on his property.
And was Sophia satisfied with that?
At the time, yes.
The second incident that you described being a part of was on April 9th of 2023, right?
Correct.
Do you know who Sierra Robinson is?
I don't.
Do you know who Andrekius Gill is?
I do not.
Andrekusgill. You don't know who that is?
I do not.
Are you familiar with the Shell gas station that's on Liberty Street?
Yes.
Is that geographically close to that location that you were responding to?
There's sort of two gas stations. There's one that's at the end of Liberty by 84, and then there's also like the Painesville One Stop, which is also a Shell. So are you in reference to the one there by 84?
Yes, the one that's at 1110 Liberty Street.
Yes. Then yes, that's
That's close by to that address that you responded to at Colonial Drive, right?
I'd probably say close to a mile. Yes. There would be another one that would be done the way. That
There's
would,
one that's closer?
correct.
Okay. So is there a gas station that is geographically close to the Colonial Drive address?
Correct.
Okay, which one is that?
True North.
True North?
True North. It's the establishment is True North. Shell Gas.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
How close would you say it is? Like within walking distance?
Within walking distance.
Okay. Do you know if that establishment is open 24/7?
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
You mentioned that Sophia indicated to you that she had obtained a protection order against Aaron, right?
Correct. Correct.
And that occurred on April 9th?
I don't know when it occurred.
That's when she stated to you that she obtained it?
Correct.
Do you know that that is not true?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know when Sophia Cicconetti actually did get a protection order?
I do not.
Your Honor, could I just place my basis for asking that question on the record?
Which question?
The question, the two questions ago related to her lying about seeking the protection order.
You asked if she'd stated that she received it that day. How, where's the exception on that?
That I am trying to elicit testimony that she was being untruthful, that her credibility is at issue here in this trial. It's always relevant, and she was mischaracterizing or stating things to the police that was not true.
Okay, but it's still a hearsay statement, right? You're asking him for a statement that you're asking me to accept as being true, that she said that.
No, because
So, you can ask her, when you question her, whether she told the patrolman that she had an order on April 9th. Now, I presume, as the testimony's gonna come in here, since you guys stipulated, didn't you stipulate that the order was issued on the 10th?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, there is a stipulation of that, but that doesn't mean that's the only time she could have filed for protection order. That's just
Okay.
the stipulation of the
I
one in
mean,
this case.
it's hearsay, so that's why. Your objection is noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you. All right, next witness?
I would call Sierra Robinson.
Will you raise your right hand, please? Hold on. Do you swear a testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, have a seat.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Sierra Robinson,
And when is your date of birth?
10/8/96,
And how old does that make you?
26.
Where do you currently live?
593 Colonial Drive in Painesville.
And that's in Lake County, Ohio?
Yes, ma'am.
And who do you live there with?
My mother, Marilyn Gaston, and my father, John Gaston, and my cousin, Enrique.
And do you have children?
Yes, I do. I have 3.
Do they live at that residence as well?
Yes, they do.
How old are they?
2, 4, and 7.
Drawing your attention to Saturday, April 8th of 2023. Did Sophia Cicconetti spend the night at your parents' house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was her vehicle at your home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was it?
It was parked on the street in front of the house.
Marking for purposes of identification, states exhibits 2A and 2B. Showing to defense counsel. Thank you. May I approach?
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as states exhibits 2A and 2B. Start with 2A. What is that a photograph of?
The back of Sophia's vehicle, parked on the side of the street in front of the house.
So that's on Colonial Drive.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 2B, what's in that photograph?
Sophia's car and my house, and my parents' vehicles in the driveway.
So the vehicle kind of in the forefront of the picture is Sophia's. The house that is, the whole side that you can see is 593 Colonial.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis,
Leading.
overruled.
And the smaller car in the picture sort of to the left, what car were you saying that was?
My mother's.
And is that in the driveway of the home?
Yes, it is.
And are these fair and accurate pictures of where Sophia parked when she stayed at your house April 8th of 2023?
Yes, it is.
So that next Sunday, was that to be Easter Sunday?
Yes, ma'am.
And fair to say at some point, people went to sleep that evening or in the early morning hours?
Yes, ma'am.
In the early morning hours, say about 3:15, 3:30 in the morning, were you woken up by something?
Yes, I was.
What were you woken up by?
So I woke up and I can hear a man outside of my window yelling, "Sophia, Sophia, I know you're in there," and calling her out of her name.
What do you mean calling her out of her name?
calling her all kind of B words.
Can you tell me what the B word is? I know you're not saying in court, you're repeating somebody else.
Yes. So he was calling her bitches.
Objection, Your Honor.
The basis?
Hearsay.
Okay. Is it the position of the state that this will be tied up with the identification as Mr. Berry is the one making the statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
So on that basis, it'll be overruled.
Did you look out your window to see the person out there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what did you see?
I seen him walking toward the vehicle, and then after he walked toward the vehicle, he approached the house.
When you say towards the vehicle, are you talking about Sophia's or your mother's?
Sophia's vehicle?
And what did this male look like?
A dark-skinned male. He was wearing a dark colored hoodie, and his pants was like a light blue.
And who did you believe that male to be?
Aaron Berry.
As you saw him walk past Sophia's car to your house, what, if anything else, did he do?
He came up on the porch, and he was ringing the doorbell and beating on the door really hard, as if he was trying to break in.
Objection, Your Honor.
The latter part of that will be sustained.
And you were able to watch this, what, from a window?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you hear this yelling and this beating on the door, what do?
I immediately woke up my parents, and then I woke up Sophia.
Did you make any phone calls?
I did call the police.
When you woke up Sophia, was she able to confirm who was outside?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you correct that it was Aaron Berry?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So did Sophia look outside?
She did.
Did she indicate to you who it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
It was Aaron Berry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In addition to waking up your parents, did your children wake up?
Yes, they did. They were scared. They was crying. They didn't know what to do.
In addition to you speaking to the police, did you give the phone to anybody else to speak to them?
I gave the phone to Sophia so she can talk with the police.
Did the police come to your house?
Yes, they did.
Was the male, Mr. Berry, still there?
No, he took off.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you see where the male went?
So there's like a pathway that leads behind our house on the side. He went back that way.
So towards the back of your house?
Yes, to the next street.
And did Sophia step out of the house to speak with the police?
Yes, she did.
Were you inside with were both your mother and father there?
Yes.
And how was your father?
He was upset.
Was he verbally upset where others might have heard?
No.
So he wasn't saying anything?
Oh, yeah, it was just in the house, yeah.
Okay, in the house, he didn't say
Yeah.
anything. Okay.
Mhm.
Fair to say after that the police left?
Yes.
After the police left, a short time later, did you hear anything else?
I heard a vehicle came back to the street, and they pulled up behind my mother's car.
In the driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you say this was minutes later, more than that?
I would say it was a couple minutes after the police had left.
And did you see anybody get out of the vehicle that pulled into the driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you see?
Aaron Berry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
That she doesn't know who Aaron Berry is. That she has already testified that, that she doesn't know him.
Well, she identified him in the previous incident. She said that she recognized him to be Aaron Berry, so it's overruled.
And where was he when you saw him this time?
He was peeking through the little door hole on our door. There's like glass squares, and he was peeking through.
On the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
Had he walked around the area as well, or he just went to the front door?
He was walking around the area.
And by area, around your house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the police come back to your residence?
Later that morning, Sunday morning.
So after you saw him the second time, the police came back again?
Yes.
Are you on the morning of April 9?
Correct. Sunday, April 9th, so first, you're woken up around 3:30 a.m., and then you, after the police leave, said a few minutes later, maybe 3:45 a.m. is when you see Mr. Berry return?
Yes, ma'am.
Around 7 in the morning or so, did you have occasion to leave your home that Easter morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you going?
We was going to Brentwood to pick up our pastor that lives in Brentwood for church.
And who went with you when you left to pick up your pastor?
My mom and my dad and my 3 kids.
And you were with them as well?
Yes.
Sophia stayed at your house?
Yes, she did.
When you were driving to Brentwood, did you see anybody you recognized?
Yes.
Who did you see?
Aaron Berry.
And where did you see him?
He was walking up the street, like going toward my house, leaving Brentwood.
Was he wearing the same thing or different things than you had seen in those early morning hours at your house?
He had on the same thing.
Were your parents in the vehicle aware of who that individual was?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, was done when you saw him walking towards the area of your house?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you return to your house when you saw this? When you
No.
saw Mr. Berry?
No.
What, if anything, did you or your parents do after seeing him?
My mom had called her sister to go by the house and check on the house.
Did your mom stay on the phone with her sister as she went to the house?
Yes, she did.
And what, if anything, so your understanding that your mom, sister, your aunt did when she got to your home?
So my aunt tried to wake my cousin up, but she noticed that Aaron Berry was kneeled down beside Sophia's car.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did your aunt do anything when she got to the house regarding anything she saw?
She immediately got off the phone with my mother and called the police.
When you returned back to your home after whatever you're doing that Easter day, church and whatnot, was Sophia still there or had she left?
No, she was gone.
Did Aaron Berry come back to your house at all that night?
No.
Do you see Aaron Berry in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify him by where he's sitting, something he's wearing?
He's sitting to my left with a gray shirt on.
The record could reflect an identification of the defendant.
Yes.
So a brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
No, hold on. She's gonna ask you some questions, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Mary Springer. I represent the defendant, Aaron Berry.
Mhm.
How do you know Aaron?
So I was talking with Sophia. She's my friend, and
I'm sorry.
we like he knows me, but I never seen this man until he showed up to my house.
Okay, so you had never seen him prior to April 9th?
Exactly.
Okay. So when you testified that you saw Aaron, you don't know what Aaron looked like, right?
The night of him showing up, I did, because I saw him.
Okay. But when he was there in your driveway, you had never seen him before?
No.
Okay, so you don't know that that person is Aaron?
Yes, I do.
Okay. But not from your own understanding of who Aaron is, right?
No.
You just got that information from other people, right?
And what he was saying outside of my window
Okay.
kind of told
Did
me
he
what
say,
he was.
hey, I'm Aaron Berry?
No.
Okay. So when did you first meet Sophia?
Me and Sophia went to school together at Harvey High School.
Okay. So you've known her for a while?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And you talked about that you live with your mom and dad, right?
Correct.
And you mentioned that there was someone else that lives with you. Who is that?
My cousin,
Okay, what's his name?
Andricus
Okay. Enriquez?
Gill.
Okay. Why was Sophia staying at your house?
Because that day we was having like a get together, and then we was all just hanging out, and we all was drinking, so I couldn't let her drive home like that. So I was like, just spend the night. So that's what she did.
And was she staying with you, or was she staying with Enriquez?
Objection.
Overruled.
Good answer.
Well, I told her to stay with me.
That she stayed with Enriquez?
I mean, he does stay in the house, so she was there with both of us, I guess you want to say.
Okay. So when you woke up at, what time did you say, about 3:15?
Yeah, it was around 3-ish.
Okay. Was Sophia with you?
No.
You described that when you looked outside and saw the male standing in the driveway, that he was wearing a dark colored hoodie and light blue pants, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, calling 911?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and did you, tell them this information of what you were seeing?
I told them that there was a man outside the house yelling and waking up my kids and disturbing the peace.
And do you remember telling them that you weren't sure what he was wearing?
I told them that he had on the dark clothing.
Do you remember that at the time you thought that there might be a car with him?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
And do you remember describing that car as being gold?
I told them that it was a dark colored car because he came back in 2 different cars. One time it was gold and one time it was black.
Okay, so you know that they were 2 different cars.
Yes.
And you know that on both occasions this was the same person?
Yes.
You talked about how after the first incident happened at about 3 a.m., that the person that you saw walked out like a back path. Can you describe that a little bit?
The sidewalk.
Yeah, where were you saying that that person was walking?
Okay, so the house is on the right, and then on the side over here on the left, there's like a little pathway, and it leads to the next street behind our house where a lot of other houses. He walked that way.
Did you ever speak with any police officers on that morning,
Over the phone.
or just over the phone?
Mhm.
When they showed up at your house, did you speak with any of them there?
They talked with Sophia.
They talked to Sophia?
Mhm.
Okay. So all of the stuff that you're testifying about, you never got to explain any of this to them?
When I was on the phone with them, they did ask me a few questions, and then I talked with them, and then I gave the phone to Sophia because they asked to speak to Sophia.
Did you tell the police during the phone call that that was Aaron Berry?
I did.
You did?
Yes, I did.
And you knew for sure it was?
Yes.
Why didn't you speak to any of the cops once they got to your house?
Because they didn't ask to speak to me, they wanted to speak to Sophia.
Okay. How about your dad? You were describing the way that he was acting, right?
Mhm.
Did he speak to any of them?
I'm not sure if he went outside or not, but I know Sophia was outside on the porch talking to the police.
Okay. You were talking about how your dad was yelling. Was that what you said? Did you say?
I never said he was yelling, I said he was frustrated and he was saying stuff.
All right. How about Enrique? How was he acting?
He never really said anything, but he was upset.
You talked about how after all of this ended, that you and your family went to church, right?
Yes.
And that, did Sophia go with you to the church?
No.
Okay. Did you know that she had plans with Aaron?
Objection.
Overruled.
Did you know that she had plans with Aaron?
No.
Could I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
Nothing further, thank you.
Redirect.
Just a few minutes ago, you identified, the individual that you pointed out. Is that the same person that you saw at your house?
Yes,
at
it
the
is.
3:45, and then saw working near Brentwood?
Yes.
Brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions.
Any recross on that?
Just very briefly, was the person in your driveway wearing a mask?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down, thank you. Next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Patrolman Bradley Fryoff.
He ran to the restroom, Judge. So I'm gonna bring him in as soon as he's out of there.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please state your full name and spell your last name.
Officer Bradley Fryoff, and it's F-R-Y-A-U-F-F,
Where are you currently employed?
Painesville Police Department.
How long have you been with the Painesville Police Department?
A little over a year.
Before joining the Painesville Police Department, did you work with any other police department?
Cleveland Police Department and Mentor Police Department for a short time.
What training did you take to become a police officer?
I went through the Ohio State Highway Patrol Academy.
Are you a certified police officer in the state of Ohio?
I am.
What's your, in years, just your total law enforcement experience?
From the start of the academy to now, it's just under 6 years.
Have you had any specialized training or courses to be in your current role?
I'm a CIT officer, crisis intervention training officer. I'm also part of the drone team for the county.
Turning your attention to April 9th, 2023, were you on duty that day?
I was,
What shift?
day shift,
What hours was that?
at 7 AM to 3 PM.
What was your role during that shift?
I was on basic patrol, answering calls to service.
What were you driving that day?
Marked police car,
How was it marked?
has Painesville Police on the side.
What were you wearing?
My uniform, including my vest.
Did that have badges or a badge and patches indicating?
Yeah, it has a badge on it and then has these patches on it.
And those indicate that you're a Painesville police officer.
They do.
Then around 7:32 a.m., were you dispatched to 593 Colonial Drive?
I was,
Is that in Painesville, at County, Ohio?
yes.
And what information did you have prior to arriving?
We were informed that a male wearing a gray hoodie and a gray hoodie and blue jogging pants was stuck behind a car in that area. Was called in by a third party and said that it was a ex-boyfriend of a female that was at the house there.
When you arrived on scene, were you able to locate that male that was described?
I was, yes.
Where did you find him?
Ducked behind his car, kind of towards the rear of the vehicle.
When you say ducked, can you describe that?
Kind of squatted down.
Did it seem like he was trying to evade your view?
Yes.
Did you learn who that vehicle belonged to?
Sophia Cicconetti.
And were you able to identify the male?
I was.
Who did you identify him to be?
Aaron Berry.
What was his demeanor?
He was very evasive. He didn't really want to answer any of the questions as to, asking why I was in the area. When I did ask him that, he told me that he was waiting on his uncle to drop off his daughter, I believe.
Did you learn what the relationship was between Sophia and Aaron?
Yes.
What was that?
I learned that they were ex-boyfriend, girlfriend, and I learned that it was a bad history in the past.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
I'm showing you what previously was marked as State Exhibit 2A and 2B. Do you recognize those?
Yes, that is the vehicle that was parked on the street.
And does it fairly and accurately depict what it purports to be?
Yes.
And then using,
What exhibit was that?
2A and B. Using 2B, are you able to tell us where Aaron Berry was located when you found him?
So he would have been kind of along the driver's side towards the rear. Can I use this one? So would have been on the driver's side, which side you can't see, that's passenger side, kind of towards the rear, looking at the house in this picture.
And the driver's side was towards the street.
Yes.
And what was the resolution of your encounter with Aaron Berry?
He eventually walked out of the area towards Liberty Street. Last time I saw him, he was walking over the bridge over the bike path.
At some point, were you again dispatched to 593 Colonial Drive?
Yeah, it was about an hour later.
And why were you dispatched that time?
For civil escort for Sophia Cicconetti to be able to get her to her vehicle safely.
Can you describe what a civil escort is?
Civil escort is basically when somebody asks for the police to come to either get property from a home or get into a vehicle because they're afraid of, somebody's in the area, or they just don't want anything to happen, so they ask for police.
So during this civil escort, was Aaron Berry there?
He was not, no.
Turning your attention to April 10th, 2023, were you on duty that day?
I was.
What shift?
Day shift,
Same hours?
yes.
And what was your role during that shift?
Patrol,
And what-
answering calls for service.
Were you driving a marked cruiser?
I was.
Were you wearing uniform?
I was,
And it had a badge and patches indicating you're a Painesville police officer?
yes.
Around 8:35 a.m., were you dispatched to 294 Stonehaven Drive?
Yes, I was.
Is that Painesville at County, Ohio?
Yes.
Why were you dispatched there?
I was dispatched there. Sophia Chiccanetti asked us to come and basically look around her home because she was afraid that Aaron Berry was in the area.
And did you, look around her home?
Yes.
Did you look around her garage?
Yes, we checked. She was afraid that he was hiding in her garage, so she had us check it. He was not in the area.
You weren't able to locate him?
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right, Cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Mary Springer. I represent the defendant. I want to talk about the first day that you mentioned being involved in this case. You said that it was April 9th, 2023 at Colonial Drive, right?
Correct.
Were you only, what time did you get involved with that interaction? Was it at the 7 a.m. time or was it at the 3 a.m. time?
At the 7 a.m. time.
Okay, so you were involved in the first interaction?
I was not, no. That would have been night shift.
Okay. And you testified about personally seeing Aaron in the driveway that day, right?
Not in the driveway, in the street.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So the car was parked in the street, and
Yes.
and that's where he was?
Yes.
Okay, and you saw that with your own eyes?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Aaron previous to that occasion?
I was not, no.
Okay. What was Aaron wearing when you saw him?
Gray sweatshirt and blue jogging pants.
Okay. What does in a call for service report, what does RP stand for?
Reporting person.
Do you know who the reporting person was on the incident that you responded to?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not the reporting person described who the person was that was present at the home?
As far as who I was looking for or who was supposed to be in that home.
Who you were looking for, I'm sorry.
I was described as a black male wearing a gray sweatshirt and blue jogging pants.
Okay. And the reporter did not know who the person was, did they?
I believe they knew that his name was Aaron.
Are you aware of who Sophia Chiccanetti is?
I had never met her before.
Okay, so did you speak to her on that occasion?
Only, not on that occasion, when I came back that hour later, I spoke with her.
Okay, so when Aaron was in the street, you didn't speak with Sophia that time?
I did not, no.
Okay. Are you aware that Sophia and Aaron have a child together?
I am not, no.
Okay. You talked about how Aaron described that he was there waiting for his uncle to drop off their child, right?
Yes.
You talked about the civil escort that you did with Sophia. Was that on 2 different occasions?
Yeah, it was about an hour later.
Okay, so the one was about what time? The first one, I'm sorry.
So the original call, I think, came in at 7:32, and then the civil escort came in at about 8:35.
Okay. And where, was she at the Stonehaven home still? Or was she back at her home? I'm sorry. Was she at the Colonial Drive home, or was she at her Stonehaven home?
The 8:35 was at the Colonial Drive.
And did you escort her back to her residence?
I escorted her to her vehicle, and then she left.
Okay. Do you know where she went from there?
I do not.
And then the second time that you interacted with her, that was at her home at Stonehaven?
Yes.
And you went specifically to look in the garage. Do you know why that was?
Because she believed that he may have been hiding in there.
Okay. Did you know that that day was Easter Sunday?
Yes.
Did you know that they had plans that day?
I did not.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
One moment, Your Honor. On April 9th, after, you were dispatched about the man, crouching by the car, what did you do after that interaction was over? After you saw him near the vehicle, and he left, did you stay in the area?
Yeah, I monitored the area to make sure they didn't return.
And did you see him in the area at all?
After you left, no.
One moment, Your Honor. And you were able to identify whose car that was, correct?
Yes.
And whose was that?
Sophia Chickenetti's.
One second, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right, any recross?
Briefly, Your Honor. You stated that car was Sophia Cicchinetti's, right?
Yes.
Were you aware that Aaron Berry had items inside of the car?
I was not.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, you may step down. Next witness?
The state would call Amy Cicchinetti.
I know. Why do they think you're in the car? Yeah. I know.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear a testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your full name and spell your last name.
Amy Cicconetti, Cicconnetti.
What's your date of birth?
5/30/69.
Where do you currently live?
At 212 Park Boulevard, Painesville.
Are you familiar with Sophia Cicchinetti?
Yes, she is my daughter.
How old is she?
28.
Where does she live?
At 294 Stonehaven Drive, Painesville.
Is that Lake County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
Who does she live with?
Her daughter,
What's her name?
Samaya,
And how old is Samaya?
6.
Who is Samaya's father?
Aaron Berry.
What's the nature of Sophia and Aaron Berry's relationship?
At the current time, they're separated. They're not together.
When did their relationship begin?
Approximately 8 years ago.
What's been the nature of it?
It's been an on and off.
At some point, did Aaron Berry live at 294 Stonehaven Drive?
Yes, he did.
When did he move out?
January 1st.
He did move out.
That's correct.
Does he have any legal connection to the house? Is he on the mortgage or title?
He does not.
Is he older than Sophia?
Yes, he is.
Taller than Sophia?
Yes, he is.
Is he stronger than Sophia?
Yes,
Objection,
he is.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Where does Aaron Berry live?
On Hine Avenue.
Is that in Painesville?
That's correct.
Do you know who he lives with?
His Uncle Sean and Aunt Melissa.
Do you see Aaron Berry in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting to my left,
What is
across the room, in a gray suit.
May the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes.
Turning your attention to February 4th, 2023, what were you doing around 2:30 p.m.?
Roller skating. Well, not myself. I was at the roller skating rink,
What roller skating rink?
at the Emporium in Painesville off Walnut Street.
Has it maybe changed names recently, called City?
Probably, yes.
Who were you with?
I was with my daughter, Sophia, my granddaughter Aubrey, and my other granddaughter Samaya.
While you were there, did you see Aaron Berry?
During that time, yes.
Was he invited?
No, he was not.
What was he doing?
Talking to Sophie.
What did you observe about the conversation?
I observed they were sitting on a bench, and Sophie was facing forward, focused forward. Aaron was sitting next to her, and he was faced towards her, just talking, just not talking, but something was going on, and she was focused forward.
What was his demeanor during this conversation?
It didn't look friendly.
Were you able to tell Sophia's demeanor?
Upset, trying
Your
to,
Honor.
Sustained.
After they had this conversation, what happened next? Or,
they both exited the Emporium.
and you stayed inside?
Yes, I did.
What were you doing when you were inside?
I was watching the kids skate.
At some point, did either Sophia or Aaron come back into Cityscape?
Sophie did.
Were you able to talk with her?
Yeah, she said the police had arrived, but they left.
Were you surprised by what she told you?
No, I was not.
At some point, did Aaron Berry return to Cityscape?
Yes, he did.
What happened?
Sophie was at the concession stand, and he was next to her, talking to her, and she had her phone in her hand, and she was still face forward, like she didn't want to engage in the conversation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What was Aaron's demeanor during this conversation?
The same as when they were sitting on the bench.
After this conversation, did he leave again?
Yes, he did.
Do you know if the police were called?
Yes, they were.
Did you see the police?
Yes, I did.
Who were they talking to?
Sophie and the owner,
The owner of the,
Emporium roller skating rink.
One moment, Your Honor.
when Aaron and Sophia were having that conversation near the concession stand, was Sophia trying to move away from Aaron?
Yes,
Did Aaron allow her space? Did he,
I don't recall.
was the conversation, a friendly conversation?
No, it didn't look friendly.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
One moment, Your Honor.
Can you describe how Sophia looked during this conversation,
Upset.
and how you know she was upset?
Her demeanor. She's my daughter. I can read her.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to April 2023. So on Friday, April 2023, Friday, April 7th, 2023, where did Sophia spend the night?
At my house.
And where was Samaya?
She was with Aaron, her father.
What was the plan with Samaya that weekend?
The plan was she was to stay with her father, and Sophie would pick her up on Sunday,
Okay, and that Sunday was,
Easter Sunday.
so on Saturday, April 8th, where was Sophia staying?
She was staying in her friend Sierra's house.
Do you know the address?
I do not.
Do you know the street?
I know it's back in the Cedar Brook area somewhere.
Is that in Painesville?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to Sunday, April 9th, 2023, did Sophia come home from Sierra's, or come to your house from Sierra's house?
That is correct.
About what time?
It was in the morning.
Was Samaya with Sierra was Samaya with Sophia when she came back to your house?
No, she was not.
At some point, did you go pick up Samaya?
Yes, I got in Sophie's car and we went to Hine Avenue to pick up Samaya.
And is Hine Avenue in Painesville?
Yes, it is.
Okay. While you were picking up Samaya, did you see Aaron Berry?
No, I did not.
After picking up Samaya, what did you do?
Went back to my house.
All three of you?
Yes. Excuse me. One moment, Your Honor.
What did you do later in that day around 4:30?
Later in the afternoon, my mother came up to my house. Sophie wanted to go home and let her dog out. And I suggested we all go together. So we got into my mom's car. My mom drove. And we went to Sophie's house on Stonehaven Drive in Painesville.
So, who all went to Stonehaven?
My mom, myself, my granddaughter Aubrey, Sophie, and Samaya.
What happened once you got to Stonehaven?
We pulled in and we all exited the vehicle and the girls went to play at the playground, which is a stone throw 3 houses down in the cul-de-sac. My mom was standing out watching them. I was going to do the same. And then I noticed Sophie's yard needed some attention, so I asked if she could open her garage so that I could get a rake.
Did she open her garage?
She did.
Is it an attached garage or a detached garage?
Detached.
And then what happened when the garage door was opened?
And then I saw a male exit with a black mask on.
Can you describe the mask?
It was a black mask. It had an opening here and an opening here.
And you indicated over your eyes and over your mouth.
Was open, correct.
What was your reaction when this man came walking out of the garage?
For myself, straight fear.
Was the person saying anything?
Yes. He was saying, look at my phone, look at my phone.
You could hear the person's voice.
Yes, I could.
Were you able to identify the person in the mask?
Yes, I could.
Who was it?
It was Aaron Berry.
So, what happened after he walked out of the garage?
Well, he wanted to show Sophie his phone.
Can you
And
describe his demeanor during this?
Angry.
Okay. When he walked out of the garage, was it fast?
It was fast, it was loud, and it was angry.
What direction did he go when he left the garage?
Towards the street.
What was Sophia outside during this?
That's correct.
What was her demeanor?
Scared.
Were Sophia and Aaron speaking at this point?
Just Aaron was.
At Sophia?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I put my arms out like this in front of my daughter, and he was trying to get around to show her his phone.
What was the purpose of putting your arms out?
Natural instinct to protect my daughter.
Were the police called?
Yes, they were.
By who?
Sophie.
One moment, Your Honor. So once Aaron walked out of the garage, what was Sophia doing?
She hadn't gone in the house yet, so she started to like move away,
Okay.
like exit towards the street.
Do you know who called the police?
Sophie.
When she called the police, was Aaron still there?
Yes, he was.
When the police arrived, was Aaron still there?
No, he wasn't.
At what point did he leave?
Shortly thereafter, after the call was made.
How did he leave? He walked?
He walked, yes.
Did you see where he went?
Yeah, he went towards the neighbor's house, towards State Street.
What did the police do when they arrived?
They asked what occurred. They looked around in the garage, around the premises of the house.
So,
Statement.
they checked around the house and the garage.
That's correct.
Did they check the windows?
Yes.
Where did Sophia and Samaya stay that night?
They stayed at my house.
That was Easter night.
That's correct.
So turning your attention to Monday, April 10th, the next day, do you remember anything about Sophia's phone?
I don't recall.
So on that Monday, did Sophia eventually go back to her house?
She did.
And then did she contact the police again that morning
Yeah, she requested an escort.
from the police?
That's correct.
And prior to this event happening, can you describe your relationship with Aaron Berry?
There really isn't a relationship.
So you've seen him before,
Absolutely.
you've spoken with him before,
Yes.
just you guys weren't friends?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mary Springer, and I represent Aaron. Just gonna ask you a couple of follow-up questions, okay?
Sure.
You would agree with me that your relationship with Aaron is contentious, right?
Correct.
You do not want Sophia to be with him, right?
That is correct.
You talked about an incident that occurred at the skating rink in February, right?
Yes.
And you described kind of watching this interaction that was occurring between Aaron and Sophia, right?
Yes.
Were you aware that Aaron and Sophia actually had plans on that day to take Samaya skating there?
No.
Okay. So you did not know that she had canceled the plans with Aaron?
Correct.
You described that you know that Aaron moved out of Sophia's home on January 1st, right?
Correct.
How do you know that?
I was told that was the agreement.
Okay. Do you know whether or not he was evicted from her home?
He was not evicted.
And why did you believe that it was specifically January 1st?
It was the agreement.
And when you say agreement, you mean between Sophia and Aaron?
That's correct.
Okay. And so was he living with her prior to that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know for how long?
Not exactly.
Okay. Months, years?
Probably several months.
Do you know that there were occasions that he did continue to stay over Sophia's house after January 1st?
I'm not aware of them.
Okay. Are you aware of previous times that Sophia would lie to you about her relationship with Aaron?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have Aaron and Sophia consistently been in a relationship over the last couple of years?
Consistently, no.
Would you describe it as an on and off again relationship?
Yes.
Do you know when it was on and when it was off?
Yes.
So you know for sure when that would be occurring?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
I would see more of Sophie.
Okay, so Sophie would come more around and when she wasn't with Aaron?
Correct.
Okay. You have expressed your disapproval of Aaron to Sophie, right?
Yes.
Have you encouraged her previously to call the police?
I've never had to encourage it.
I'm sorry, you've never had to encourage it?
That's correct.
Because she does it?
Yes.
Okay. Were there times where you believed that Aaron and Sophia were no longer together, that you later found out that they were?
No.
And just to clarify, Sophia is 27 years old, right?
Yeah.
You talked about on April 8th, Saturday, April 8th, that she was staying at a friend's house, right?
Correct.
And who was that friend?
Her friend Sierra.
Okay. And who's Andrikius?
I'm sorry, what?
Andrikius? Do you know who that is?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you're not aware that she was also...
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not, when did, let me rephrase the question. When did Sophia start hanging out with Sierra? Do you know?
I can't give the, no, I do not.
Okay. You talked about one day close in proximity to that April 8th day that Sophia slept at your house, right?
Yeah, Friday night.
Friday night, okay. Would she do that often?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did sometimes your other grandchildren stay at your house as well?
Yes.
Okay, so sometimes Sophia would stay there with Samaya and all the children would interact, right?
Yes.
Did you know that sometimes on those days, she would permit Aaron to stay at her home?
Objection.
Overruled.
Did you know that?
No, I did not.
You talked about how on Easter morning that you and some family members went to the address on Hine Avenue to pick up Samaya, right?
Yes.
Would Samaya also frequently stay at that Hine Road address?
I can't say how much or when.
Okay. So had you picked her up there previously?
No, I had never been there.
You've never been to that Hine Road address?
Correct.
Okay. And you described who that house belonged to, right? Did you say that it was Aaron's uncle?
Correct.
Okay. And did you know that Aaron would sometimes stay there as well?
Yes.
Did you know that Sophia actually gave Aaron some furniture for that Hine Road address for Samaya?
Yes, she had mentioned that. Mm-hmm.
Do you know about when that happened?
No.
Sometime this year.
Yeah.
About what time did you pick up Samaya? Do you know?
It was in the morning.
Okay. Did you guys have plans for Easter?
Nothing major.
Okay.
Usually just my house.
Going over to your house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was that something that you and Sophia had planned in advance?
It's well known. Holidays are at my house.
Okay. Did you know that she also had plans with Aaron on that day?
I did not.
And that day you did see Aaron at her house, right?
On Easter Sunday.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And so that's what you were describing as when you went over to let the dog out with a bunch of family members and things like that, right?
Several of us, yeah.
The kids were at the playground.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And you described that Sophia was getting something out of the garage.
No.
Okay. Could you just characterize what was going on with the garage?
I had asked her to open the garage so that I could get a rake.
Oh, so you just asked her to open it, but you were going to get it?
Yeah.
Okay. So where were you in vicinity to the garage?
I don't know, I was by the car, 50 feet, 40 feet.
You were behind the car, right?
I was in front of the car, almost next to it, the front end.
Okay. Was there a car blocking your view of the garage?
No.
You described seeing Aaron as wearing a mask, right?
Correct.
You're aware that Aaron frequently wears that mask?
I have no idea.
You didn't know that?
No, I did not.
When you saw Aaron walking out, you didn't see, he came out from the direction of the garage, but you didn't specifically see him exit the garage, did
Yes,
you?
I saw him exit the garage.
And you described that Aaron looked angry to you, right?
By his walking demeanor, yes.
Okay. And you know that he was looking for Sophia, right?
Yes,
Are you aware that Sophia has cameras in her house?
yes.
Have you seen the video from that day?
I have not.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a video of Aaron, that day at her house?
I wasn't aware.
Okay. And you don't know why Aaron was angry, right?
Not per se.
You, talked about that the police came, right?
Correct.
And you said that they looked around the property, right?
Yes.
And they checked the windows, right? Is that a yes?
Yeah, I mean, they checked the whole perimeter of the house.
Okay. And you said you're not aware of what happened on the video, right?
Correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
One of the things that you talked about, was your on direct examination, was your relationship with Aaron, right? And you
That there
described-
wasn't one.
Okay, so that's how you would characterize it, there was not a relationship?
Correct.
Okay. Aaron came over for Halloween the year previous, right?
He brought his daughter trick-or-treating, yes, in my neighborhood.
Okay. And so that time was spent together.
No, he was out trick-or-treating and I was passing out candy.
Okay. Was he with Sophia?
Yes,
You have had Aaron over to your house for cookouts before, right?
correct.
You have been to the zoo before with Aaron, right?
Correct.
Aaron has spent the night at your home, right?
Not that I recall.
He's never spent the night at your house before?
Not to my knowledge.
He has been to your father-in-law's house for cookouts before, right?
My father-in-law that's deceased, I guess, years ago.
Jerry.
Oh, Jerry. Okay, he's not a father-in-law. Yes, he came to one.
So there was some relationship, right? I mean, you've interacted with Aaron on numerous...
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit more about the specifics of the driveway on the Easter morning, or the Easter incident, okay?
Okay.
You talked about that there wasn't a car blocking the view, but Sophia's car was in the driveway, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. So you can't remember whether or not her car was in the driveway?
I don't recall.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take about a 10-minute break.
trial versus
Okay.
bench trial. So this is one of those situations, so at this time, we will call Sophia Cicconetti.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat.
Your Honor, may I approach this to move some of the exhibits away?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name?
Sophia Cicconetti,
And when is your date of birth?
April 24, 1996.
So how old are you?
I'm 27.
Where do you currently live?
294 Stonehaven Drive, Painesville, Ohio.
Is that in Lake County?
Yes.
And when did you move into that house?
So I bought my house in 2021, around May.
And is this a single story, 2 stories? Can you describe a little bit?
Yes, it's a single-story ranch house with a detached garage
And who do you live there with?
with my daughter, Samaya,
And what is Maya's date of birth?
5/13/2017.
What, she's 6 years old now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is that a yes?
Oh, yes.
And what is your phone number?
My phone number is 440-382-1214.
Who is Maya's father?
Aaron Berry.
And how long have you known Aaron Berry?
Since 2015.
And when you met and got to know him, what was your relationship? Friendship, romantic, where was it?
We were dating in 2015.
So you started dating in 2015, but did you meet him a little bit before in 2014?
Yeah, so it was like the end of 2014, actually, and then we started dating in 2015.
And has this been a constant dating relationship, or there have been breaks?
It's been on and off since then, just due to it being a abusive relationship, physically, mentally, emotionally.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So you indicated in an on-again, off-again relationship?
Yeah.
So just to make sure we understand, so there would be times that you guys would be broken up, and then you would get back together?
Yes.
And have the two of you lived together before?
Yes.
Is that also on and off?
Yes, it would be on and off.
At your current residence, 294 Stonehaven Drive, did Aaron ever live with you there?
Yes.
About when did he move in?
He moved in shortly after I bought my house.
So still in 2021?
Yes.
Was it like summertime, do you remember?
It was summertime.
And when was the last time he lived with you? When did that end?
It ended January 1st.
And was that a spur of the moment decision? How was it determined when he was moving out?
I had
told him that I wanted him to move out 30 days prior. So we agreed that he would be out by January 1st of this year.
January 1st of 2023?
Yes.
So if you gave him 30 days, you had talked to him either in November or early December of 2022?
Yes.
And did he in fact move out by January 1st of 2023?
Yes.
Did you go through any court agreement?
It was just an agreement.
And you used the 30 days, because you had heard of that from what?
Yeah, I just heard that usually, if there is something like in court, they usually recommend. I thought that you will do like 30 days, and I wanted to give him time to figure out where he was going to move to. I didn't want to just, do it at last minute, cause, some commotion with my daughter and everything as well.
You didn't legally evict him, but is that kind of what your mind you were thinking?
Yeah, I was thinking along the lines of the process of an eviction.
And does Aaron have any financial stake in, any connection, either mortgage or title to the Stonehaven address?
No.
Other than the fact that the two of you have a daughter together, do you have a current relationship with him?
No.
What is Aaron's date of birth?
February 7th, 1992.
So he is what, 31 years old?
Yes.
Who is taller between you and Aaron?
Aaron is a little taller than me.
Who is stronger between you and Aaron?
Objection, Your Honor.
Aaron.
Overruled.
Where does Aaron live?
He lives on 737 Hine Avenue with his uncle.
Is that in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
Do you see Aaron in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point him out by where he's seated, something he's wearing?
Yeah, he's sitting over there in the blue outfit.
The record could reflect an identification of the defendant?
Yes.
Was there a reason that you asked and wanted Aaron to move out of Stonehaven?
Yes. I wanted him to move out because it was just becoming very emotionally and physically abusive.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay. And I just felt it wasn't a safe environment for myself or my daughter. We were both becoming really just scared a lot of nights.
Was he doing things inside the house?
Yes. So a lot of times he would drink a lot of alcohol, and then he would start to punch the doors, punch the walls, yell really loud. I started to seclude myself in my bedroom a lot of nights with my daughter, but he would, force his way in and scream and yell, and it was just a lot emotionally.
After Aaron moved out, did you do anything with the lock?
Yes, I did change my lock.
And did you take back the keys from the original lock?
Yes, I did.
Did he have keys to the new locks at any point?
I did give him a spare after about a week of him being out. He had told me that, he believes he should have a key in the event that there's an emergency with my daughter, and it We agreed at that time that I would give him the key, but it would be for, you know, emergency if needed.
Did he follow that?
No, he did not.
What did he do?
He would come in my house, like, while I was working. I work from home. And he would just come in at any time and start yelling while I'm on the phone with clients. And I would not know, you know, he wasn't invited or anything like that.
So did he keep the key or did you take it back?
I took it back.
And was this still in January of 2023?
Yes.
So we had the key for, fair to say, a short period of time?
Yeah, maybe a couple weeks or so.
I'm going to draw your attention to February 4th, 2023. Around 2:30 in the afternoon or so, were you at Cityscape with your daughter?
Yes.
Who else was there besides you and your daughter?
My mother and my grandmother and my niece,
What's your niece's name?
Aubrey.
And is Cityscape on West Walnut in Painesville Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
Did Aaron show up at that location while you were there?
Yeah.
Was he invited to be there with you?
No.
When Aaron showed up, what, if anything, happened?
Well, when he came in, I was standing by the door, by the bench. My daughter had got her skates on and went to the skating rink, and he walked in, and he was, like, raising his voice at me, like, yelling about, why was I there, that he wanted to be the one to take her skating, and was yelling why was I not answering his calls and texts. And I sat down on the bench because there was a lot of people and he was causing a scene, so I sat on the bench and was just acting like I was on my phone. But he just continued to talk in my ear next to me, asking me questions, so I eventually got up because my daughter had looked our way and I didn't want that to upset her. So I walked outside, and he followed me outside. I started to call the police, and he took my phone out of my hand and hung up on the police department. And then he kept my phone and was, like, going through my phone. And then it was like a minute or two after he was going through my phone, he threw my phone back at me and took off.
So he left the area?
Yes.
How did he leave the area?
He drove in, it was an extra car that I was allowing him to use for work purposes and whatnot.
And what type of car was it?
A silver Ford Focus.
Did the police end up coming to Cityscape?
Yes.
And did you speak with them?
Yes, I did.
And was Aaron there at all while the police were there?
No, they said that they, had another officer just kind of looking around. They said that they didn't see him.
And you let them know he left in the silver Ford Focus?
Yes.
Fair to say the officers left?
Yes.
Did you go back in to Cityscape?
Yes, I did go back in.
After the police left, after you went back into Cityscape, did Aaron show back up at Cityscape?
Yes, after the police left and I was back in, I was at the concession stand with I was by myself, but I was buying something for my daughter, and I look over and he's walking in the doors again, and he comes right next to me and is just continuing to harass me, asking me questions, and was agitated. And so I told him really loud where, like, the workers can hear. I said, you need to leave, you're not supposed to be here. And I called the police as I was standing there again. And so he left again before the police could come.
Did he know you were calling the police?
Yes,
Because you told him, or because he was right there as you were talking to them?
he was right there next to me.
So after he left, did the police come back again?
Yes,
Did the police, on the second time, talk with anybody besides you?
yes, the police did, talk to the owner of Cityscape, and, the owner said that
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you aware of any resolution, what was gonna happen, following Aaron being there those two times? What was your understanding?
that he was not allowed to return to Cityscape.
And while you were there, the rest of February 4th of 2023, did he return?
No.
Is it fair to say that's basically what you wanted, you just wanted him to leave you to your day at Cityscape?
Yes.
I'm gonna draw your attention now to February 26th of 2023. Around that morning time, say 8:30, 9 a.m., were you at 294 Stonehaven Drive at home?
Yes, I was home.
Had you been home that evening, like the night before?
No, I was not home the night before.
So the night of the 25th into the morning of the 26th, where had you stayed?
I had stayed at my friend Sierra's house.
And when you came home on February 26th, did you do your usual things, let the dog out, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I got home, I let the dog out, and, I went into my bedroom, just to kind of relax for a little bit. I was in the room with my daughter.
Okay. Were you on your bed or somewhere else?
Me and my daughter were both laying on my bed.
And after you let the dog back in, do you know if you locked the side door or not?
I did not lock my side door.
And your bed in your bedroom, is that against the wall or in the middle of the room?
So my bed is, when you walk in my bedroom, my bed is right there in front. And then there's a window right behind my headboard. Visual.
And when you walk in, is the bed against that side wall?
Yeah, it's against the side wall, and the feet area is in front of you when you walk in.
Okay, so the foot of the bed is when you walk in the door?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you on the side closest to the wall, or were you on the side farther from the wall?
I was on the side closest to the wall,
Okay, and where was Samaya?
and Samaya was on the other side of the bed, laying right next to me.
And were you on your back or on your stomach?
I was laying on my stomach and talking on the phone.
Was your bedroom door open or closed?
My bedroom door was closed.
So this is around 9 a.m. or so?
Yes.
Fair to say? Okay. What, if anything, as you were in the room with Samaya, did you hear?
As I was on the phone and laying on the bed with Samaya, I heard my side door open. That's, goes into the kitchen, and as soon as I heard the door open, I turned around, and Aaron was in my room right at the foot of the bed and jumped on top of me, and he was holding me down as I was laying on my stomach. He was trying to get the phone out of my hand. He was saying, "Who are you talking to? You're talking to another man." I was trying to fight for the phone, and my daughter jumped off the bed, and she was screaming, "Get off my mommy, get off my mommy." and, he was on my back until he grabbed the phone out of my hand.
Was he invited to come in?
No, he was not.
Was he expected to be there?
No.
Just to kind of understand a little bit, so you're on your stomach, and is he on your back?
Yeah, he has his, feet around me on my bed, and he's on top of me.
So his feet are still at the end of the bed, but
Yeah.
he's laying kind of long ways on top of your long ways.
Yeah.
And where do you have the phone in your hand once he is in?
When he's in, I, hold my phone like kind of under me.
So your hands and the phone are underneath
Yeah.
your body between you and the bed?
Yeah, and he's reaching in and fighting to get the phone out of my hand, and then he does.
So he's pulling on your wrist and your arms to get the phone out?
Yes.
Is he able to get the phone?
Yes.
And what happens after he gets the phone?
He takes the phone and, he's yelling at the person that I was talking to, and goes into my kitchen and is just arguing with, the person over the phone, and then, he hangs up and throws my phone on the kitchen table and runs outside.
So he leaves your house,
Yes.
and he left the phone behind?
Yes.
So what do you do at that point?
At that point, I call the police.
Marking for purposes of identification. States Exhibit 1F. Showing to defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what the marking States Exhibit 1F. Do you know what is on the DVD?
Yes, I've seen it.
Have you, listened to what's on the CD and then initialed it after you listened?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the 911 call from February 26th of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to admit and play to the court.
Any objection to 1F?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Sunday.
Then, my old car that I my lock, but I had an extra key. I think my door was in this card. It's a silver, Ford Focus.
Okay. We don't know where.
He got fucking all over me. No,
What did he get all over?
it's from his shoes, from him jumping on the bed.
Okay, well, the officers are gonna come over and you can talk to them and show them what happened, and we don't know how he got in or what he did, just...
I think he just walked in. I don't think I locked the door because I just let my dog outside.
Alright, well, the officers are on their way over, you sure he's not there now, though, right?
Yeah, he's not here now.
The police will be there in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Alright.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
In the background of the call, it sounded like somebody was coughing, or another voice. Is that your daughter?
Yes, my daughter was, crying and coughing.
Did the police arrive to the house shortly after you called?
Yes.
And what, if any, marks or anything were you able to show them regarding your body?
They saw, like, on my arm, there was some, like, red marks. It wasn't bruises or anything, but there was, like, red marks from him when he first initially, got on top of me and was holding me down.
And then, were there any red marks on your wrist from?
Yeah, and then on my wrist there was, from him trying to grab the phone.
And you had mentioned something in the 911 call. Was there something with your bed after he left?
Yeah, there was, like, shoe dirt marks on my bed from his shoes.
In the prior evening that we had been talking about, had he been attempting to contact you the evening before on February 25th of 2023?
Yes, he was calling and texting me, just trying to figure out where I was and what I was doing, and I was not responding to his questions.
And when he was calling, were you answering or you were not responding?
No, I was not responding.
Did you show the police your phone and what had happened the night before?
Yeah, when the police arrived, I showed him my phone, and he took photos of the multiple missed calls and whatnot.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yep.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state exhibit 1A, 1B, and 1C.
Mhm.
What are those photographs of?
My bed?
In your bedroom at 294 Stonehaven Drive?
Yes.
And on 1A, what aspect of your room is that showing?
That's showing, like, as you walk in, like, open the door, showing my bed.
What you would see as you open the door?
Yes.
And then in 1B, is that just kind of a close-up of the bed?
Yes.
And then 1C, in the, I guess on 1B first, in the lower left corner of your bed, what, if anything, is in that picture?
There's dirt marks on the bed, on the sheet.
And on 1C, is that a close-up of those marks?
Yes.
Are these all fair and accurate representations of how your bed looked on February 26th of 2023? 2023?
Yes.
And how did the dirt marks and the shoe marks get there?
From Aaron when he, jumped on top of me with his shoes on.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1D.
Mhm.
There are 3 photographs in 1D. What are these photographs of?
That's my phone and my call log.
So since you showed the officers on February 26th, all the ones that are marked yesterday are from February 25th?
Yes.
And on this first page, are all the attempts of contact FaceTimes from Aaron?
Yes. And they're missed calls, missed FaceTime and calls.
So these are not, they're all in red. Does that mean you did or did not answer them?
That means I did not answer them.
And where there are parentheses with numbers in between, is that how many times he called in a row?
Yeah, that means that's how many times he called within that minute.
And then on page 2, are there some additional calls from Aaron that you did not answer?
Yes.
And was there one call that you did speak with him?
Yes.
Okay. As well as spoke to some other individuals?
Correct.
So if it's in white, that means it was answered?
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 3, is this now from the February 26th date?
Yes.
And does it show when you called 911?
Yes.
And showing that you had been on the phone prior to calling 911?
Yeah, that's the phone call of me talking to, my friend.
Okay. And then there shows multiple attempts of Aaron contacting you, and the very one on top is in white. Did you talk to him?
No, it shows, white because when the police officer was taking, photos, he accidentally clicked on his name and that initiated a call out, but then he hung up right away.
Okay, so that was not a call in from Aaron, that was an error of a call out when law enforcement had your phone.
Yes.
And are the photographs and the information in State's Exhibit 1D fair and accurate?
Yes.
So after speaking with the police, having them look at the different areas, take pictures, did they leave?
Yes, I did tell them that Aaron had my vehicle still, and that I wanted it back,
But at that point, the police do leave.
yes, yes, they do leave after the phone pictures.
On February 26, 2023, after the police left, does Aaron return?
Yes, shortly after the police leave, he shows back up again and is, at my front window and is banging on the window.
And is he saying anything, indicating what he wants?
He was just yelling and asking me to let him in.
And did you call to have the police return?
Yeah, so I called 911 again.
And it's fair to say the police returned around 10:29 a.m., something around then?
Yes.
And is that what you were referring to when you told them about the vehicle?
Yes, the second time they were at my house, I told them about the vehicle. I just felt that he was using my car to continuously come to my house uninvited, and I wanted my car back.
So you had given him permission to have the car, but now you wanted it back?
Yes.
And that's the silver Ford Focus?
Yes.
Did you end up getting your vehicle back that day?
Yes.
And how did you get to your vehicle to get it back?
The police officer offered me and my daughter a ride, to where the vehicle was with another officer and Aaron.
And where was that vehicle?
It was in the parking lot of Sheer Design. It's a barber shop.
Is that on, South State Street in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes, just a couple minutes from my house.
And was Aaron Berry at that location when you got there?
Yes.
And did he have on the same clothes or different clothes as when he had come into your home uninvited?
He had the same clothes on.
And what, if anything, was he doing when you arrived?
When I arrived, he was a little ways down from me with another officer, and he was yelling really loud. I don't really know exactly what he was saying, but the police officers advised him a couple of times to stop yelling. And then I heard him say that he had stuff in the vehicle that he wanted to get back.
And was he given what he wanted out of the vehicle?
Yes, the police officer with me said that there was like $4 in the vehicle that he wanted back.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 1E. Do you know who that's a photograph of?
Yes, Aaron.
Is that from the February 26, 2023, when you're at the Shear Design parking lot?
Yes.
And are these the shoes that he was wearing in your house as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you see on the shoes?
I see dirt on the side of the shoes,
And what, if anything, is he holding in what appears to be his left hand?
he's holding a black ski mask and a charger.
And have you seen that ski mask before?
Yes, I've seen it multiple times.
Is it one where you just have the eyeballs and the mouth, or is it more open than that?
It's more open than that. It's wide open around his forehead and eyes as one hole, and then another wide open around his mouth.
So is there a strip of fabric that goes across kind of the nose, lip area?
Yes, there is a strip that goes across his face, that in between the two open areas.
Is it fair to say the majority of his face shows, though?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate photo of Aaron Berry from that day, February 26th?
Yes.
In March of 2023, is it fair to say Aaron was having contact and seeing his daughter, Samaya?
Yes.
And is that something you would drop her off, or how did that work?
Yes, mainly I would drop her off to his where he was staying on Hine Avenue in Paynesville. There was a couple of times where he would ask if he could come over and have like game night with Samaya, to still kind of give her that, you know, family feeling that that he thought she wanted.
So there were a few times that he was invited over that he came.
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to April 2023, that Easter weekend. So that's Friday, April 7th till Easter Sunday, April 9th.
Yes.
Where was Samaya for that weekend, or what was the plan?
We had a plan that Samaya was going to be in care of Aaron on Friday night and Saturday night on Hine Avenue with him, and that I would pick her up Easter morning on Sunday.
So did she in fact go over to Hine Avenue with Aaron on Friday?
Yes.
And she stayed there through until you picked her up on Sunday?
Yes.
That Friday night when she is staying on Hine, when Samaya is, where do you stay? Did you stay at home or somewhere else?
I stayed at my mother's house.
And on that next Saturday, April 8th, did you spend your at home or somewhere else?
I stayed somewhere else. I stayed at my friend Sierra's house.
And is that at 593 Colonial Drive?
Yes,
Is that in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
yes.
And is this Sierra's house, or is it a family house, or what?
So it's Sierra's parents, mom and dad's house. She lives with her mom and dad.
So that night into morning, the next morning is Sunday, April 9th of 2023. Before you go to sleep, do you see any text messages? Do you get anything from Mr. Berry?
Yes, I'm getting multiple text messages and calls from Aaron, asking me where I'm at and who I'm with.
And are some of them on the ruder side?
Yes, very.
Do you keep your phone on, or do you turn it off after getting some of these?
After getting back-to-back calls and texts, I turn my phone off.
Fair to say at some point you go to sleep?
Yes.
Around, well, does somebody wake you up in the early morning hours around, say, 3:15 in the morning?
Yes, Sierra goes to where I'm at in the house, and she wakes me up and tells me that Aaron is outside of the house.
Do you look outside and see who's out there?
Yes, I go up the steps to the main level of the house, and I hear him yelling. I see him, and he makes his way towards like the back of the house, but he's just yelling about me being there and to come out.
So are other people in the house woken up by this?
Yes, there were kids. Sierra has daughters. They were all woken up. Her parents were woken up. So everybody in the house got woken up by this.
Besides parents, Derek, or kids, you, was anybody else in the house?
Yes.
Who is that?
Andricus Gill.
And how is he related to Sierra?
That's Sierra's cousin.
In addition to the yelling, was Aaron doing anything else at the house?
No, he was just yelling and like circling around the house. But as soon as, we see that Sierra is on the phone with the police.
Does she give you the phone to speak to the police as well?
Yes.
Do the police arrive at the house?
Yes.
When they arrive, is Aaron still there?
No.
And do you step out of the house to speak with the officers at the front door?
Yes.
So after you speak with them, do the police leave?
Yes. The police leave.
A short time later, say around 3:50 a.m., does anybody return to the house?
Yes.
Who returns?
Aaron Berry returns after the police leave again.
Are the police called back to that location?
Yes.
Is Aaron there when the police arrive?
No.
Do you speak with them again?
Yes.
After all of this happens, do you end up turning your phone back on?
Yes, I turn my phone back on, and I see more texts from him. He sends me a photo that he took of my vehicle parked in front of Sierra's house.
So that's a little later, but you see some text, and
Yeah.
then later he gets a...
Yes.
Marking for purposes of identification, is Exhibit 7. Showing to defense counsel. may I approach?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 7. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of photographs. What are these photographs of?
Those are photographs of my phone and text messages that I received from Aaron.
So does it start with the messages at 1:59 a.m. That you saw before you turned off your phone?
Yes.
And then it shows messages at 4:43 a.m. Is that when they were received, or is that because you turned your phone back on?
That's when I turned my phone back on and the messages come through at that point.
And it's fair to say even one of the messages says what time it is?
Yes, he says it's 3:01 and you're not home, where you at, gang?
So those are the texts you were talking about.
Yes.
And then you had mentioned about photographs.
Yeah.
About what time did some photographs start coming in?
8:28 a.m.
And what were these photographs of?
The front of Sierra's house, her driveway, and the sidewalk where I was parked on the sidewalk.
So the pictures included your vehicle being parked on Colonial Drive?
Yes.
Just while we're on Exhibit 7, in addition, so going to the last page, what is the last entry that's in State Exhibit 7?
It shows a video received from Aaron at 10:03 a.m.
And what is the video of?
It's a video of him recording the inside of my vehicle from the outside.
Okay. And State Exhibit 7 is all fair and accurate?
Yes.
Show you, let's do our State Exhibit 2A and 2B. What are those photographs of?
My vehicle.
So are these some of the photographs that you were being sent by Mr. Berry?
Yes.
So just to be clear, in 2A, there's the rear of a vehicle. Is that the one you're referring to as your vehicle?
Yes.
And in 2B, there's a prominent vehicle right in front. Is that your vehicle or somebody else's?
That's my vehicle.
And in 2B, is Sierra's parents' house visible?
Yes.
And can you indicate where that is on the photo?
It's that house.
Is the top center the one farthest to the right of the photograph?
Yes.
And there's a smaller in size looking vehicle in the photograph that is farther away. Do you know whose vehicle that is?
Sierra's vehicle, I believe. Or her mother's.
Okay, so that vehicle's in the driveway,
Yes.
so it's somebody's car from the home.
Yes.
And these are both fair and accurate photos that you received?
Yes.
And these are from when you were at that location, April 8th into April 9th of 2023?
Yes.
So did you receive the pictures that Aaron took of your vehicle at Colonial Drive before you left Colonial Drive?
Yes.
When you were ready to leave, what, if anything, did you do before you left?
Before I left, I called the police department and asked if they could send an officer to escort me to my car and my house.
And did an officer come out?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And you safely got to your vehicle?
Yes.
Did you go home at that point to the Stonehaven location?
Yes, I went home directly after.
And did you stay at home or did you go somewhere else afterwards?
I did not stay home. I went home and I just grabbed some extra clothes for myself and for my daughter. and then I drove to my mother's house to pick her up, to then go to pick up my daughter,
So what is your mother's name?
Amy.
Same last name or different?
Same, Chickanetti.
And where does she live?
She lives on 212 Park Boulevard in Painesville, Lake County.
So after you go to your mom's, is it just you, or do you and your mother go pick up your daughter Samaya?
My mother comes with me.
Is there any reason she came with you?
Yeah, at that time I was just feeling really, like nervous and scared, like I had to watch over my shoulder. I didn't know where he was, where he would pop up.
Who's the he you're talking about?
Aaron Berry.
And where did you go pick up your daughter?
I went to 737 Hine Avenue.
And did you see Aaron there when you went to pick up Samaya?
No, he was not there.
And once you got Samaya, where did you and your mom and Samaya go?
We went to my mom's house to get ready for the day and washed up.
Around 12:17 p.m., did you get any notifications from your phone?
Yes, I got a notification from a camera that I have on the inside of my house. It said that it detected noise and movement, so I opened it at that moment, and it showed video footage of Aaron opening my front window, which was unlocked, and he stuck his head in the window and yelled my name.
Did he have permission to open your window and stick his head into your house?
No.
And prior to that video was when, as you said in Safe Exhibit 7, you had received also the video beside your car?
Yes.
Marking for purposes of identification, both States Exhibits 3 and 8. Show me the defense counsel. May I approach? I'm going to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 3. Is this a DVD that you've watched before?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
I initialed it after I watched it.
And is this the video of Aaron Berry putting his head, opening the window and putting his head into your house and calling for you?
Yes.
And this is a fair and accurate video?
Yes.
Aaron, I have to enter State Exhibit 3, play the video.
Any objection to 3?
No, Your Honor.
All right, submitted.
Sophia! 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 God damn it.
So just so we're clear, as we're looking at State Exhibit 3, the door that is, I guess, the farthest in the picture, which door is that of your house?
That's my side door by the driveway.
Is that the main door you use, or do you use a different door?
I mainly use the side door.
And then, looking at, as you enter in the kitchen, there seems to be like a hallway to the right. Where does that go?
That's the hallway to go to the bedrooms, and my bedroom is the first one as soon as you're straight looking in the hallway.
I'm going to show are you seeing Exhibit 8? Have you seen this DVD before?
Yes,
And how do you know you've seen that one before?
because I initialed it.
So you watched it and then you initialed it?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the video that you were sent by Aaron Berry, the inside of your vehicle?
Yes.
You're going to ask to admit Exhibit 8 and cite for the court.
Any objection to 8?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Was that a video of inside of your vehicle?
Yes.
So as Easter Day progresses, does there come a point that you go to your home at 294 Stonehaven?
Yes.
It's around 4:30 p.m.?
Yes.
And who goes back to Stonehaven with you, if anybody?
So this, we're talking on Easter, right?
Correct.
So it's myself, my mom, my mother Amy, my grandmother, and my daughter and my niece Aubrey.
And whose vehicle did you go in, if you recall?
We were in my grandmother's vehicle.
So when you get back to 294 Stonehaven Drive, where did Samaya and your niece Aubrey go?
They go to the playground that's right next door to my house.
And your niece Aubrey, do you know how old she is?
She's 10.
And are you at the house for anything specific that you need to do?
Yeah, I'm only there to grab some more clothes. I knew I still didn't feel safe sleeping at my house by myself, so I was grabbing clothes for to stay somewhere else at night.
You're doing anything with your dog?
Yes, and take my dog out.
While you were there, did your mother make any requests to do anything at your house?
Yes, before I go in my house, she asks me to open my garage so that way she could help me do some yard work, rake some leaves up while I'm inside and getting things together.
And you said before your garage is detached.
Yes.
So when you go up the driveway, is your house to the right or the left?
To the right.
And if you go up the driveway, is your garage to the right or the left?
It's directly in front. Like, it's at the end of my driveway,
Okay.
the garage.
So the garage is closer to the street than the house is?
No, it's further back. It's behind my house, I'm sorry.
Okay. Maybe me. So to get your garage, you have to go past the house?
Yes.
Is it, when you pass the house, is the garage on the right or the left? Or is it directly behind the
It's
house?
directly, yeah, it's to the left of my house, at the end of my driveway, further by my backyard.
So when you're saying the end of the driveway, you're not talking what goes into the street, you're talking towards your backyard?
Yes.
Okay. And did you open the garage door for your mother?
Yes.
And what happened when you opened the garage door?
When I opened the garage door, I saw that Aaron was inside of my garage, and he came running out, and I felt like I was just in panic. I didn't expect him to be there. I was already very overwhelmed, and so I just ran from him, and he was chasing me just around the vehicles in my driveway, and yelling about where I was the weekend at Sierra's house.
So he's following you, yelling at you, what do you do?
So as he's following me and I'm just keep moving that way, I just felt like if I just kept moving, he wouldn't harm me. So I called the police and asked them to come since he was there.
When you called the police, was Aaron still there for at least part of the time?
Yes.
Marking for purposes of identification. Exhibit 9. Showing to defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit 9. Do you know it's on that DVD?
Yes.
Have you watched this DVD before?
Yes, and afterwards I initialed it.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the 911 call you made on April 9th, 2023?
Yes.
And I have to admit exhibit 9 and play it for the court.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
You don't have anything at my house.
Location of your emergency.
294 Stonehaven Drive.
What's going on there?
Aaron Berry's at my house. He was hiding in my garage.
What's his name?
Aaron Berry. He was hiding in my garage waiting for me to come home. I've called the police numerous times. Today, me. Dumbass bitch out there. Stay the fuck away from me!
Is he intoxicated?
What?
Is he intoxicated?
Huh?
Is he intoxicated on drugs, alcohol, anything?
I don't know. Maybe alcohol.
And has he shown or threatened with any weapon?
No.
Okay. Does he live there? Did he recently live there?
No.
Okay. What's your name?
Sophia Cicconetti.
What's he doing there?
He's been stalking me for 2 days.
Okay.
But they've been looking for him, so if someone could come now.
All right.
That would be good.
On the way over there. If it's escalates, physical, anything like that, call me again on this one, but we're coming, okay?
Mhm.
All right. Bye-bye.
And the voice in the background, kind of hear, who is that?
That's Aaron.
And what, if anything, was he doing while you were on the phone?
He was yelling in the background.
Did he touch you at all?
No, he was just chasing me. He was trying to, when I said, stay away from me, he was approaching me I thought was about to push me or something, with his hands, which is why I said stay away from me.
Did the police come to your home?
Yes, they did.
Was Aaron still there or no?
No, he left again before the police arrived.
Was one of the officers that arrived at your home Sergeant Matthew Collins?
Yes,
Did he check your garage, check around your home?
yes, he, checked to make sure that everything was secure and whatnot.
So was he checking to make sure the windows were locked, secured?
Yes,
Did you tell him about, the video of Aaron sticking his head in one of the front windows earlier in the day?
yes, I was telling him, like, about what I was going through prior to that, the whole weekend with Aaron.
Was there a plan to meet with him later to talk more extensively about that?
Yes, the following day.
Were you told anything about the conditions of your window when Sergeant Collins walked around?
Yes, he checked my windows. He, afterwards, he told me that it would be a good
Objection,
idea.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
So without saying what he said, he did, comment about your windows in the back of your house?
Correct.
That evening, did you stay at home or did you stay somewhere else?
I stayed at my mom's house that night.
Would you have been comfortable staying at your house that evening?
No, I was not comfortable
And why was that?
because I was scared of being home and him, breaking in and harming me.
And who do you mean by him?
Aaron.
So on Monday, April 10th, 2023, fair to say you woke up at your mom's house.
Yes.
That morning, were you receiving calls from any specific numbers?
Yes.
What do you remember about those calls?
I was just receiving calls from Aaron and like another number that he was using.
Were some coming up no caller ID?
Yeah, and then there were calls that were blocked.
At some point in the morning, did you leave your mother's house to go home?
Yes, I went home to work.
And did you make any phone calls regarding going home?
Yes, I did call the police and ask if they could escort me home. I just didn't feel safe just showing up and not knowing if he was hiding somewhere.
So did officers go to Stonehaven and check the area for you?
Yes.
Was Aaron found there?
No.
So as you're at home that morning time, do you decide to go somewhere?
Yes. I asked my boss if I can take some time off in the morning to go to the courthouse to file a protection order.
Prior to this April 10th date, had you ever filed a protection order before or tried to?
Yes.
And had that one been put in place to your knowledge?
No, it was not put in place.
Do you know what happened as to why it wasn't?
I was not aware of the date that, apparently there was a scheduled court date, and I didn't get the mail. I didn't have the mail in my mailbox.
Okay. So at one point you had filed one, and unbeknownst to you, it hadn't really gone anywhere.
Yeah.
So on this April 10th, you're heading to court. Do you get to court at that time, or did something else happen?
No, as I was leaving my house to file the protection order, I was heading to the courthouse and I realized I forgot my wallet at home, with my ID. And so I turned around, and as I was driving back home, I was just, maybe a mile away from my house. I saw Aaron Berry walking in the direction towards my street.
you know if he saw you?
Yes, he saw me and, started yelling, but I continued to drive home.
What did you do when you got home?
When I got home, I stayed in my car. I was scared to get out, and I called the police again and asked them to come
Why were you scared to get out of your car?
because I was scared that Aaron would run up to my house and would harm me.
And did the police arrive?
Yes,
Was Aaron there when the police arrived?
yes.
And at that point, what, if anything, was your understanding of what Aaron indicated he wanted?
He had indicated that he was there to get some of his belongings. And I told the police officer that he has nothing in my house, but that I do know that there was a pair of shoes in my trunk.
And why were they in your trunk?
I didn't want them in my house.
So after he had moved out, they were left behind, you moved them to your car?
Yeah, I was gonna, bring them to High Nav at one point, but I just forgot they were back there.
So were those given to Mr. Berry?
Yes, that day.
And did the officers, go anywhere else to get anything for him?
Yes, the officer that was with me advised me that, Aaron indicated he,
Sustained.
Where did the officers go?
they went in my garage.
Did they come out with anything?
They came out with a jacket of Aaron's.
And was that given to him?
Yes,
Did Aaron then leave your residence
yes,
area? And did the police leave as well?
yes, and I go to the courthouse to file the protection order.
Once you filed for the protection order, did you stay to get a document from the court?
Yes, I stayed there, until I got the, protection order that was granted.
Marking for purposes of identification, exhibits 5A and 5B. Showing to defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor? I'll show you what's marked in State's Exhibit 5A. This is the document that you received when you went on April 10th from the court issuing an order of protection.
Yes,
And it was until further order at that point.
yes,
Was fair to say, document gives another date that you would need to return.
yes,
And then later on May 3rd was a more permanent order of protection filed and granted,
yes,
and that one went until April 10th of 2028.
yes,
And is that still in place now?
yes.
And that protection order, that was to cover you, but not your daughter, is that correct?
Correct.
After you get that initial protection order, where do you go after that?
So after I get the protection order, I go back home, and finish my work day.
After you finish your workday, say 5:30, where do you go at that point?
At that point, I go to the police department to meet with, Sergeant Collin,
Which police department?
Painesville.
While you were waiting to see Sergeant Collins, does anybody contact you?
Yes, I was getting calls from Aaron and texts from him while I was in the, waiting for Officer Collins to come get me.
Did you answer any of the contacts from Aaron at that point?
I did answer the FaceTime, call, and I put a piece of paper, like, over the camera for me. In my mind, I wanted to show proof that, you know, it was him calling. Since I knew I had the protection order, I figured it would help.
And marking for purposes of identification states Exhibit 10, showing to defense counsel. May I approach? Showing which the marking states Exhibit 10. What is that a photograph of?
Of Aaron Berry?
And is that the FaceTime you're talking about that you received on April 10th of 2023?
Yes.
So Matt, what is it time?
Yes, it says 5:26.
And the phone number that shows up, a 525 number, is that the number that you were getting calls from that morning?
Yes, it's a second, phone number.
Okay, so he has one other one that you're aware of, and then he's using a second number?
Yes.
And so in this FaceTime, whose face is in the picture?
Aaron Berry.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing the same ski mask that he previously wore around a lot.
And there doesn't appear to be that fabric across the nose lip area. Does he sometimes wear it without that up?
Yeah, it's a small line, so sometimes he'll pull it down.
You're showing under the chin?
Yeah, like under the chin, and his whole face is exposed.
And this is a fair and accurate picture of that FaceTime screenshot that you took?
Yes.
Prior to leaving the Painesville Police Department, did you in fact get a chance to speak with Sergeant Collins?
Yes, I did.
Did you show him the photograph that you received from Aaron of your vehicle and the video of him putting his head in the window?
Yes.
And fair to say you talked about the recent issues you've been having?
Correct.
When you were leaving the Painesville Police Department, did you receive any other videos or things of concern?
Yes, it was, I had already left, I was leaving to head to pick up my daughter from my mom's house, and I got a video, from Aaron that he recorded of my driveway. Basically, it was just a footage of a pile of leaves and a little garden flower that I had in my driveway.
So how did you know it was your driveway?
Because it had the same yellow flower in my yard that I had.
Is it an actual flower or is it a different material?
No, it's like a plastic, like solar light.
Marking for purposes of identification, states Exhibit 4. Showing to defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor? Showing states Exhibit 4. Do you know what this DVD is?
Yes, it's a video that I received of my driveway from Aaron.
And have you watched this DVD of States Exhibit 4 before?
Yes, and then I initialed it.
This is a fair and accurate copy of the video you received?
Yes.
May I ask to admit States Exhibit 4 to show this court?
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to lack of foundation as to when the video was taken.
Well, she testified that after she left talking to Sergeant Collins at the police department, that received the video on her way home. So she testified that it's April 10th.
No, I understand that. I guess my objection is to, not when the video was sent to her, but her, lack of knowledge as to when the video was actually taken.
It's overruled. It's admitted.
When you're referring to the yellow plastic solar flower, is that the item in the lower right corner?
Yes.
So do you continue on to your mother's house to pick up Samaya?
Yes, well, I do call the, police, but I do go to my mother's, and I call the police again and ask them to, meet me at my house, because I had just received that video from him that he was, what I felt was he was taunting me, that he was at my house again.
And you let Sergeant Collins know about this video?
Yes.
So still talking about Monday, April 10th. Do you stay at home that night or somewhere else?
I do stay home. That's the first night I decide I'm gonna stay home.
And how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really, anxious and nervous and scared,
And why do you feel that way?
because I felt like he was following me, and I felt that I had no idea when or where he would show up and harm me, and I just did not feel safe.
And who are you referring to when you say he?
Aaron?
Aaron Berry?
Yes.
So as you are at home that evening, do you receive text message from Aaron Berry?
Yes, I do.
And that was around 11:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Marking for purposes of identification, states Exhibit 11, showing to defense counsel. May I approach? Show you states Exhibit 11. What is that a photograph of?
It's a photograph of my phone and a text that I received from him at 11:31 p.m.
And in addition, above that text, what is also shown on that, on Exhibit 11?
The video that he had sent me previously with the yellow flower in the footage.
Okay. The exhibit we had just watched, states Exhibit 4.
Yes.
What is the message that was sent to you on April 10th at 11:31 p.m. from Aaron Berry?
It says, "My Aunt Carmen died, stupid bitch."
And is that a fair and accurate picture of your phone and the contents what you received?
Yes.
So at the time you got that text, were you still awake or had you fallen asleep?
I was still awake. It was kind of hard for me to fall asleep, but I was awake.
Fair to say you fell asleep at some point?
Yeah.
So in the early morning hours into Tuesday, April 11th, did something wake you around 1:40, 1:45 a.m.?
Yes. sorry.
What woke you?
I woke up to banging on my window and Aaron yelling, open this window, I know you have someone in there. And the window that he's banging on is directly behind, my head. And so, I get up and I pull my curtains back and I see him, he had lifted the screen and was attempting to open the window, but it was locked.
And when you heard the voice, you knew it was Aaron Berry's voice?
Yes.
When you saw him, what, if anything, was he wearing?
He was wearing the black ski mask that he has.
Could you still tell it was him,
Yes.
meaning Aaron Berry?
Yes.
What did you do once you heard him and saw him?
As soon as I heard him and saw him, I called the police.
After you called the police, did you hear him, did you see or hear Aaron Berry at your house anymore?
While I was on the phone, he was there for like a moment, and then I stopped. I didn't hear anything more.
And how were you feeling when you heard him and saw him at your window?
I felt like it just was not going to end, 'cause I had been harassed all weekend, and I finally felt safe enough, tried to feel safe enough to sleep at my house for the first night, and I just felt like, here he is, he showed up, and I just was really, like, panicky.
Marking for purposes of identification, states Exhibit 12A. Showing to defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 12A. Do you know what's on that DVD
Yes, the 911 call.
from that April 11th of 2023?
Yes,
And how do you know that's what's on this disc?
'cause I initialed it after I watched it.
And this is a fair and accurate copy of that 911 call?
Yes.
And I'd ask to admit Exhibit 12A, place of the court.
Any objection to 12A?
No.
It's admitted.
April 11th, 2023, 1 hour, 45 minutes, 14 seconds.
I don't understand the location of your emergency. Hello?
294 Stonehaven Drive.
What's the address on Stonehaven?
294.
294? Is that a house or apartment at 294 Stonehaven?
It's a house.
What's going on there?
Aaron Berry, they've been waiting for him. He came back.
Is he there right now?
Yeah, he's standing at my window.
Okay. He's outside though? Can you see him? Does he have any weapons?
No, he has no weapons. I can't see him. He's just banging on my windows.
You can't see if he has any weapons or you?
No, he doesn't have any.
Okay. What's your name?
Sophia.
I'm sorry. Hold on one second. I have to check on my radio, okay? I'm sorry. What's your name?
Sophia Cicconetti.
Okay. Are you locked inside?
Yeah.
Can you spell your last name for me?
Cicconetti.
And all the doors are everything is locked. You can't get inside, correct?
Yeah. He's been doing this every fucking day.
We're gonna get the police up there. 294 Stonehaven, correct? Hello? It's 294 Stonehaven, correct? I want you to stay on phone with me until they get there, okay? We've got a couple officers coming to see what's going on, okay? Do you know if he walked there or did he drive?
He probably walked.
Okay. Just stay on the phone with me. Can you still hear him banging? Is it the front door he's banging on, or?
No, he's not banging anymore. He probably fucking left, but he was banging on my back window. I'm in my bedroom, and there's a window behind my bed.
Okay. Was he saying anything?
He was banging on the window and was saying, "You got someone in the house." Like, he's doing all this because he thinks, like, I have someone over or something.
So when you started from the time, when you first called me, was he still banging on the window?
Yeah, he was banging on the window when I called, and then it stopped and then left my bedroom, so I didn't see.
Okay.
April 11th, 2023, 1 hour, 48 minutes, 31 seconds.
Okay, we've got a couple officers responding out there. I'll let you know as soon as they get close, but you don't hear anything right now, correct?
Right.
Do you have any idea what color clothes he was wearing or anything?
No.
April 11th, 2023, 1 hour, 49 minutes, 7 seconds.
I'll let you know as soon as they get close, but I just want to keep you on the line until we get there.
Okay.
Was he trying to get inside, or was he just banging on the window?
Yeah, he lifted my window open, but he opened the screen. Like, the screen is pulled in the top, and he tried to open my window because I usually always forget to lock my window. Like, he knows that I'm not good at locking my window, so he tried to open it, but it was locked. But the screen is up.
April 11th, 2023, 1 hour, 49 minutes, 58 seconds.
I'm just going to attack my radio, okay, but I'm still here.
Okay.
April 11th, 2023, 1 hour, 50 minutes, 18 seconds.
Should have them pulling up in just a moment. You haven't heard anything, right?
Right, no. It just, he started knocking, and I called, and then after, I called, he stopped.
Okay. I should have a couple officers pulling up, okay?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, they'll come and talk to you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
April 11th, 2023, 1 hour, 50 minutes, 59 seconds.
On that call, it sounds like you are almost whispering, talking softly. Why was that?
I was just talking quiet because I wanted to hear if I heard any other banging or noises of him trying to get in through another window or door. I was also trying to, like, manage my breathing because I felt like I was going to have a panic attack. So I was just trying to take deep breaths and listen for other noises.
Was your daughter in the house as well?
Yes,
Was she in your room or a different room?
she was in her bedroom sleeping.
And did the police, were you able to speak with the police?
Yes,
Did you show them outside which window was your bedroom window?
yes, I went outside and I showed them which window that was.
And at that point, did you ask them about the protection order, if it had been served or not yet?
Yes,
And what was your understanding, had it been served?
yes, that it was served.
Did you let those officers know, or one of the officers know, that you had been in contact with Sergeant Collins previously?
Yes,
Was Aaron Berry invited to be there or on your property that early morning hours?
no,
What were you concerned would happen if he were able to get into your home that morning?
I was concerned that he would come, if he were to come in, that he would attack me. I mean, in the past, he's broken into my windows and attacked me.
Objection, Your Honor.
Does this go to the exhibits that are listed,
It,
that will be identified later?
correct,
That's the subject matter of that comment?
yes.
Okay, it's overruled.
Did officers take pictures of your home and your window?
Yes,
All right, before we, you've got a while to go with her, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna take a break now. We'll pick back up at, about 1:45.
11th of 2023, you heard your 911 call about Mr. Bears banging on your bedroom window and yelling with you. When officers were there, did they take pictures of your residence?
Yes, I did.
Marking for purposes of identification, states exhibits 12B, 12C, 12D, and 12E. Showing defense counsel, may I approach? I'll show you what's marked as states exhibit 12B. What is that photograph of?
The front of my house.
So 294 Stonehaven?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate picture from April 11th of 2023?
Yes.
Here's marked as states exhibit 12B. What is that a photograph of?
The rear side of my house.
If you go around the front to the side,
Yes.
it shows the back area.
The back. Yep.
This is fair and accurate at 294 Stonehaven from April 11th of 2023?
Yes.
And in 12C, can you see your bedroom window?
Yes.
Which window is your bedroom window on the picture?
The last one to the left.
So the window on the left side of the picture.
Yes.
Is that a smaller or a larger window compared to what's in the back?
It's smaller than the other one next to it.
Okay. And in this picture, not your bedroom window, but the window just to the right of it,
Mhm.
there's a screen down. Was that related to anything that happened on April 11th?
No, that's unrelated.
And then on 12D, what is that a photograph of?
The window in the middle room that has the screen out, and then to the left is my bedroom window.
So the window farthest to the left,
Mhm.
there appears to be a flashlight shining on it, that's the window of your bedroom?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate picture?
Yes.
And 12E, what is that a photograph of?
My bedroom window.
And this little part of a letter,
Mhm.
that's something on your wall in your bedroom?
Yes.
What word do you have on your wall?
It spells love.
So this is part of the V inside your room?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of that area on April 11th of 2023?
Yes.
Were you outside with the officers as they were looking at your window or doing anything with your window?
No, I stepped outside when they first arrived, but then I went into my house to be in the house with my daughter and write my statement.
The next day, April 12th, 2023, did you receive some phone calls from the Lake County Jail?
Yes.
Did you know anybody at the jail?
No.
When you answered, did you answer the phone call? So, do you pick up the line to hear who was calling?
Yes.
Did you accept any of the calls from April 12th, 2023 from the Lake County Jail?
No.
The calls that you received, was anybody's voice on any of those calls?
Yes.
Whose voice did you hear?
Aaron?
And was he saying something about your daughter?
Yes, on the recording, he said, "You're trying to keep me away from my daughter, that's weird."
And then did you receive another phone call from the Lake County Jail on May 2nd of 2023?
Yes.
Did you accept that call?
Yes.
Were you expecting a call that day?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because I had reached out to somebody because my daughter was asking if she could talk to her dad, and, that call was planned for that day with the intent for him to talk to his daughter.
And did Aaron Berry call your phone on May 2nd of 2023?
Yes,
Besides talking to your daughter, were there times he spoke to you as well?
yes,
Fair to say he was asking you questions, talking to you?
yes,
Kind of a bickering back and forth, so to speak?
yes, I was, bickering with him on the call.
So he called both on April 12th of 2023 and May 2nd of 2023, is that
Yes.
correct? Gonna show, well, marked for purposes of identification, states exhibit 6A. Showing to defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor? Showing you what's been marked as states exhibit 6A. Do you know what is on the CBD
Yes.
and what is on the CBD?
The jail call from April 12th with, the recording.
So there were 3 calls that came in April 12th, but just one that you heard his voice on.
Yes.
Did you know anybody else at the Lake County Jail at that time?
No.
And then the May 2nd of 2023 call, is that also on this disc?
Yes.
And have you listened to these,
Yes.
and did you initial it afterwards?
Yes.
Was fair and accurate copies of what you heard when Aaron Berry called?
Yes.
And those calls were made to your phone number, 382-1214?
Yes.
Prior to the incidents that started in January of 2023 that we've spoken about, is it fair to say that Aaron Berry has a history of violence with you or others, or a history of violent acts with you or others?
Yes.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 3rd of 2015. On that day at one point, or that evening, did you end up at Dairy Mart?
Yes, I did.
What happened before you got to Dairy Mart that got you to that location?
I had my sister and my friend Tracy over. We were hanging out, and I invited Aaron to come over and hang out with us. And he came, and we were just hanging out. He started to get argumentative with me as we were all just hanging out. And as, you know, we were drinking, he started to get aggressive, not in the house with me, but he started to like knock cups over that were on the table and yelling. And so I decided to leave. I just left my apartment and I started to walk. And he followed me outside. And at that time, my sister Julia and my friend Tracy get in my sister's car to try to locate me walking. And they stop, and I say, you know, I'm going to get in, and I open the door to get in, and Aaron forces his way in the back seat of the car where I was. As I was getting in, he forcefully pushed me into the other side of the back seat, and he was choking me with his hand around my neck. And as he was doing that, he ripped out an earring that scratched the back of my, the side of my head. And my sister was just yelling, like, stop, stop. And she ended up pulling over and stopping at the Dairy Mart store. And at that time, I ran out the car and I was just yelling outside and walked into the store, and as I was yelling, I said, "Someone please call 911." And as I was in Dairy Mart, asking for someone to call 911, he comes in and he grabs me by my arms and forces me out to the back, outside of the store, and to where nobody could see, and he had me against the wall. He had his hand around my neck again, and he had his other hand over my mouth because I was screaming. And then at that point, like a bystander yells, "The police are on their way, they're coming," and at that point, Aaron runs and takes off.
When you say he comes in, who are you referring to?
Aaron,
So when he comes into the Dairy Mart, Aaron Berry,
yes.
where were you living at this time prior to getting to the Dairy Mart?
And Steel Ave apartment,
And is that in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
yes.
So do the police end up coming to the area of Dairy Mart?
Yes, they did.
And did they take photographs of you?
Yes,
Did you have marks on your body?
yes. I had marks around my neck from his hand. I had open cut from my earring that he pulled out. And I think there was some markings on my arm as well.
Marking for purposes of identification. States Exhibits 13A through F. Showing to defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor? Showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 13A. Who is that a photograph of?
Myself,
And is that from the evening that you were at Dairy Mart on January 3rd of 2015?
yes,
Is that a fair and accurate representation of how you and your neck looked that evening?
yes.
I'll show you State Exhibit 13B. Is that from that night or the next day?
That was from the next day. The officers asked me to come in to take some more photos.
Okay. So in 13B, who's in that picture?
Myself,
And in 13C, who's that a photograph of?
myself,
And is that, what part of your body is that a close-up of?
my neck,
That's the
side of
the
my neck.
right side of your neck?
Yeah,
And the bruising and red marks on that, who caused those?
Aaron,
And you're referring to Aaron Barry?
Aaron Berry, yes.
Showing you States Exhibit 13D and 13E. What are those photographs of?
Bruises on my arms,
So 13D and 13E are each a separate arm,
yes.
and States Exhibit 13F. Who is that a photograph of?
Myself,
And what part of you is that photograph?
behind my ear,
And what the injury or the marking that is shown behind your ear, who is that caused by?
Aaron Berry,
Is that regarding your earring?
yes.
So all of these States Exhibits 13B through F, are those all photographs taken the day after on January 4th of 2015 caused by Aaron Berry?
Yes,
And they're fair and accurate representations of those injuries?
yes,
And then the 12A is from the actual evening, and is that a fair and accurate representation?
yes.
Now, a few days later, on January 7th of 2015, were you still living at the Steel Avenue Apartments in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes,
Did Aaron Berry come to your apartment on that evening, supposed to say 10 o'clock?
Yes, he did.
And were you expecting him at that time?
No, I was not.
Had you had contact with him earlier in the day?
Yes.
And what was that regarding?
So earlier in the day, he had messaged me to see, if he could get some belongings that were at my house. And I told him that he could come that day. It was in the morning time when he messaged me. And I didn't hear anything about arranging, him that he was gonna be over during the whole day.
So that evening, did you have other people over?
Yeah, so at nighttime I had, a couple of my friends over.
And did Aaron Berry come to your door and knock on your door?
Yes, he came to my door and was knocking on the door, and I told him, to leave, that, now wasn't a good time for him to show up to get his stuff. And then, because I didn't open the door, he kicked my door and broke the framing.
When he kicked in the door, was he actually able to get into your apartment?
Yes.
And what did he do?
When he got in the house, I ran straight back to where my bedroom was, and he followed me, to the back and was asking me, not to call the police, don't tell on him. And, as that was happening, my friend Tracy had already...
Objection, Your Honor.
Reason?
Relevance, cumulative.
Well, this is a different incident, isn't it?
This is back in 2015.
Right. Doesn't this go to, the body of count one, though?
I think in some parts, a lot of this testimony does, not including testimony related to offenses that he may have been charged with that were later dismissed. We have stipulated to his prior convictions. I think right now the testimony that we're getting into is related to a protection order charge that was filed but later dismissed as part of a plea deal.
Well, I don't have any idea. What is this relevant to?
Your Honor, this goes to the history of violence and history of violent acts.
As it
None of those-
relates to count one.
That is correct.
Okay, so it's overruled.
So you're saying you were telling him not to call the police, and what was your friend Tracy doing at that time?
He called the police.
Did Aaron Berry stay or leave the apartment?
He left.
Did he hurt you in any way at that time?
No.
Just the door?
Yeah, it was just the door.
And did the police arrive?
Yes.
Marking for purposes of identification, State's Exhibits 14A through 14F. Showing which is marked as State's Exhibit 14A. What is that photograph from?
The outside front of my door.
So that's from January 7th of 2015?
Yes.
This is the Steele Avenue apartment.
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you see on the door in this photograph?
My address and some dirt marks on the outside.
Showing you State's Exhibit 14B. What is in that photograph?
The bottom half of the outside of my door.
And do you see more marks on there?
Yes.
And were those caused by Aaron Berry
Yes.
on January 17th of 2015?
Yes.
Shows marked as State's Exhibit 14C. What is that photograph of?
Near my door handle and a dent.
And was that dent there before January 7th, 2015, when Aaron Berry came?
No.
That was caused by him?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibits 14D, E, and F.
Mhm.
What do those photographs show?
The damage to my door caused by Aaron Berry.
And are State's Exhibits 14A all the way through F fair and accurate representation of how your door looked on January 7th, 2015, after Aaron Berry had come and kicked it in?
Yes.
In August of 2017, did you live in Fox Run in Willoughby, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
And drawing your attention to August 13th of 2017, were you living in Willoughby, Ohio at that time?
Yes.
Was there an occasion where you came home in the morning, and somebody was in your home?
Yes.
Can you explain what happened that day?
Yes. The evening prior, I had went out with some friends, and it was the morning of August 13th. I was coming back home. I had my daughter with me, who at the time was 3 months. And I came in the house. I set the carrier down that she was sitting in, and I saw Aaron Berry in my house, and he ran towards me at the front door, and he blocked the doorway, and he was yelling about, why weren't you here all night? I have been calling and texting you. You haven't been answering. Who were you with? I tried to attempt to call the police, but he took my phone from me. And my daughter was in the carrier this whole time, and he was just interrogating me about questions and whatnot. And then I was trying to grab my phone back from him, and he pushed me onto the ground and got on top of me. He had his hands behind, I was on the ground face down, and he had his hands on the back of my neck, and was just, on top of me, and I was just trying to fight to get up and get my phone. As he was on top of me, I managed to get my phone because he said that he hurt his leg, and he dropped the phone, and I grabbed it, and I called the police, and he had left.
So you had not slept there the night before, you were just coming home in the morning time
Yes.
frame? Was Aaron Berry living at that apartment at that time?
No.
Did he have a key?
No, he did not have a key.
Did he have permission to be in your apartment?
No, not on that date.
In addition to pushing you to the floor, grabbing your neck, were you injured with the back and forth with the phone at all?
Yeah, I had injuries on my hand from trying to grab the phone, and I had felt as I was down, I was down on the ground, so I wasn't facing up, but I had, my head had hurt. It felt like there was pressure on my head.
At any point, did Aaron Berry grab any weapons while he was in your house that morning time frame?
Yes, when I called the police, he picked up a knife from the kitchen, and he said that if I call the police, then he's going to kill himself in front of me and his daughter.
Did he do anything with the knife?
No, he ended up, as I was on the phone with the police, he ended up just throwing it and running before the police arrived.
So the police did arrive after he left?
Yes.
Marking for purposes of identification, State's Exhibits 15A through 15E. May I approach? Showing what's marked as State's Exhibit 15A, what is that photograph of?
The outside of my apartment building.
The Fox Run Apartments
Fox
in
Run.
Willoughby, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 15B, what's that photograph of?
Myself and the side of my neck with, it's like his hand imprint and redness around my neck.
Okay, so the right side of your neck, the marks that are on there in 15B, were those caused by Aaron Berry?
Yes,
Those were caused on August 13th of 2017?
yes.
And what is 15C a photograph of?
The injuries to my neck.
So just a little closer up
Closer.
from 12B, or
Mhm.
sorry, 15B.
Yes.
Showing what's marked as State's Exhibit 15B, what is that a photograph of?
My hand and, on my finger, open cut.
And was that caused by the struggle of Aaron Berry over your phone?
Yes.
Showing what's marked as State's Exhibit 15E, what is that a photograph of?
My couch with my daughter's carrier and the knife sitting next to it.
So is that the knife that Aaron Berry had grabbed before he left?
Yes.
And is it the carrier you had brought your daughter home in that day?
Yes.
Are State's Exhibits 15A through E all fair and accurate representations of those on August 13th of 2017?
Yes.
Drawing your attention to April 23rd of 2019. At that time, were you still living at the Fox Run address in Willoughby, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
And had Aaron Berry been staying with you at that location?
Yes.
On that day of April 23rd, 2019, did that situation change?
Yes. On April 23rd, I had asked him to, bring my key that he had to my house and leave it under the mat while I wasn't home. And that, you know, I did not want him living with me and my daughter anymore.
Was he supposed to get his things out of the apartment?
Yes.
And how did you tell him about this? Did you call him?
We were texting.
You contacted him to have him move out?
Yes.
And did he continue to message you through the evening?
Yes, he was.
When you were prepared to come home on April 23rd of 2019, what, if anything, did you do before you went home?
Before I went home, I called the police to see if they could meet me at my house, because I wanted to get my key that, you know, was supposed to be left. And I wanted to make sure, since he told me that he was there, that he was no longer there. So I wanted the police to be with me.
And did you then go to your apartment and wait for the police?
Yes, I just waited in the parking lot right outside my apartment doors, waiting for the police.
Did you wait inside your car or outside your car?
I waited inside my car.
Was this, what, close to 8:30, 8:45 in the evening?
Yeah.
And did anybody approach your vehicle while you were waiting?
Yeah, while I was inside my car waiting for the police, Aaron came and he was yelling from outside my window. I just locked my car and rolled up my windows. And I told him that he needs to leave. And I told him that the police were on their, that I had already called the police on, for them to come there.
Did Mr. Berry stay or leave?
He left.
And did the police arrive?
Yes.
Did Mr. Berry continue to send messages after the police arrived and then left?
Yes.
Marking for purposes of identification, it's Exhibit 16. Show to defense counsel. May I approach, Your Honor? Show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 16. These multiple pages, the text messages you were referring to from April 23rd of 2019,
Yes.
and are these fair and accurate copies of what was being texted to you and some responses that you made?
Yes.
So just so it's clear, the ones that have red on the side of it, are those from Aaron Berry or those you?
The red is Aaron Berry,
And the ones that have blue on the side, are those you or somebody else?
myself.
And in this very first message, he's referring to your birthday. When is your birthday?
My birthday was the next day, April 24th.
Okay. So is it fair to say throughout this, he is texting numerous times, you're responding at times?
Yes.
With the last text being shortly before midnight on April 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
So the next day, April 24th of 2019, that was your, what, 23rd birthday?
Yes.
So at that point, Mr. Berry was not staying at your apartment?
Correct.
And that morning of your birthday, did you have a friend over?
Yes.
Who was that?
Joe Robinson.
And that morning, what, if anything, happened?
So Joe was a coworker of mine, and we had, they had planned for my birthday that, we would go to breakfast before going to the office, and then I would go to the office, and, you know, it would be set up for my birthday, but,
So pretty early morning?
yeah.
7:15 in the morning, something like that?
Yeah. And so, Joe came over and, we were loading up the vehicles for, you know, my birthday at the office. And as we were walking out of my apartment door, we saw Aaron Berry in the building. And he looked at both me and Joe went to his car, left the building to go to his car, and that's when I turned around to go back inside of my apartment and shut the door and lock the door. And Aaron went outside to chase Joe.
Were you able to see him chase Joe?
Yes, I could see from my living room window, that Aaron approached Joe's vehicle, and as Joe was getting in to shut the door, Aaron punched him, in the head. And once Joe was able to get in his vehicle and shut the doors, I called the police, and while I'm on the phone with the police, I hear banging.
Where are you in your apartment when you're calling the police?
I'm in my daughter's bedroom.
Is she in there as well?
Yes,
So you're calling 911 while you're in her bedroom?
yes.
And what are you hearing?
I'm hearing banging on my windows and my door. He's going to every window on the outside and banging. And as I'm on the phone with the police, I hear a crack, like a really loud bang to a window, and then I heard glass shatter. And I told the dispatcher that I heard him coming in my window, and I was asking to please hurry, send the police over, and that he's inside my house now.
Do you see Aaron Berry inside your house at some point?
Yes, he comes into my daughter's room where I am, and he pushes me to the ground, and he has me to the ground. He's holding me down with his hands around my neck, and he's trying to get the phone, and he hangs up the 911 call.
So when he has you down on the ground, are you face down or face up?
I'm face down.
What, if anything else, does he do when he's holding you down?
Well, when he's holding me down and trying to get my phone, he does hit me in the back of my head. And then he has his arms around my arms, keeping me down. And it was a struggle. I was trying to get up. He was forcing me down. And it was just all while I was, down on the ground underneath him.
Did he eventually leave your apartment?
Yes,
Let you up and leave?
yes,
Did you see where he went?
yes. When he left my apartment, I wanted to see where he went. That way I could tell the police officers, and from my living room window, I saw that he ran into the woods, on the outside, of my apartment building.
You had indicated that the 911 call you had made was disconnected. Did anybody call you back after he left?
Yes, they called me back.
911 called you back?
Yeah.
Marking for purposes of identification. State's Exhibits 17A through F. Showing to defense counsel. May I approach? Showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 17A. Do you know what that's a DVD of?
Yes, my 911 call.
So that's from the one on your birthday on April 24th of 2019?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to listen to that DVD?
yes, and I initialed it afterwards.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of both the call you made and then the return call
Yes.
from the police? Here I asked you, admit State Exhibit 17A, play it for the court.
The objection is 17A.
Just to relevance and cumulative as before.
All right, it's overruled, it's admitted.
Conversation recorded on April 24th, 2019 at 7:24 on channel 1.
Francis from Lake County.
Go ahead. My ex-boyfriend broke in my house.
Okay, I got somebody else on the other line. Is it your friend?
Yeah.
Okay, where is he now? You can hang up this. I'm sorry, what?
I don't know.
Okay. Is he still in the house?
Yeah.
And where are you in the house?
In my daughter's room.
Okay, what was his name again?
Aaron Berry. He's breaking my window.
Hold on. Don't hang up. I'm going to be right here.
He's breaking my window. Please, he's breaking my window. Oh my.
Are you still there? What's the apartment? Hello? I got a lot of screaming and I lost contact.
End of recording. Conversation recorded on April 24th, 2019 at 7:29 on channel 10.
Who sent to the back? This is Grant. All my stuff is out of here.
Hello?
Sophia? Is he still there?
No, he left a while ago.
Okay. Did he go back? Do you know where he went?
Yeah, he ran into the woods right behind my apartment.
Okay, wait a minute. All right, I got her on the phone. He took off running into the woods behind her apartment. He doesn't have a vehicle, does he?
No, he's in a red Ohio State hoodie.
Okay. Anybody else with him, do you know?
No, he's by himself.
Okay. Red Ohio State hoodie. Do you need a rescue squad? Are you hurt?
No, I'm not hurt.
Okay.
He was hitting me, but I'm sorry.
Are you sure you don't need a rescue squad to check you out?
No, he doesn't, I know he wasn't trying to leave a mark on purpose.
Okay.
Just so he wouldn't get in trouble, he would just like rough on me, like threw me on the ground, and was holding me down and like.
Okay, how's your child doing?
He's fine.
Okay. Okay.
And then what was your friend's name that was with you, that left?
Joseph.
Okay, I want you to stay on the phone with me, okay? Hi, Kathy. One of my officers is pulling up now. But I don't want you to hang up until you see them. That's okay. Is the officer at your door yet?
No.
Does Aaron know anybody around there where he could go?
The only place that he knows someone around here, his aunt lives in those apartments all the way by the freeway.
Oh, down the other way, like, Oak Hill?
Yeah, the brick apartments.
Okay. What's his aunt's name?
Yolanda Park. But she,
Okay, if Jackson, please, I'll hang up with you. You double check, okay?
Okay.
End of recording.
So in the first call that we listened to, when there was the screaming and additional noises, was that when Aaron had come into the bedroom?
Yes.
Show you State Exhibit 17B. What is that a photograph of?
The outside of my apartment building.
When you were talking before, you have to go into the building to get to your apartment door.
Yes.
Your apartment door is not accessible from outside. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's a fair and accurate picture of how Fox Run looks.
Yes.
State Exhibit 17C and D. What are those photographs of?
My bedroom window that, he broke to get in.
So 17C is a little further away, and 17D is a close-up of that.
Yes.
And so was your apartment on a ground level, or was it higher up?
The ground level.
So this window was not broken like that before Aaron Berry came on April 24th of 2019?
Correct, it was not.
And these are fair and accurate representations of how it looked after he came?
Yes.
Show you State Exhibit 17E. What is that a photograph of?
The inside of, my bedroom where he broke in and the glass on the ground.
So where 17C and D were from the outside, 17E is from inside your bedroom?
Yes.
And it appears on the bottom part of the picture, there are blinds down on the ground. Were those on the ground of your room prior to the window being broken?
No.
So the glass and those items were all found when Aaron Berry came in?
Yes.
Mark the State Exhibit 17, F and G. What are those photographs of?
My arm, both of my arms with bruises on there.
And who caused those bruises?
Aaron Berry.
And were those caused when he came in on April 24th of 2019?
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate representations of what those looked like on that day?
Yes.
So 17B through 17G are all from April 24th of 2019?
Yes.
did there come a time that you moved from Fox Run in Willoughby and moved to Nye Road in Ainsworth Township, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes,
And were you living at Nye Road on September 6th of 2020?
yes,
And was that a day you went to a cookout or a party at somebody's home?
yes.
And what happened when you returned home from that outing?
When we returned home to my apartment, we were arguing, me and Aaron Berry, we were arguing about, something at the cookout. We had been drinking all day at the cookout, and we got back and we were just, arguing, and then, we got in, it escalated from arguing to an altercation in my living room, where I was standing up in front of my couch, and he was standing in the living room with me, and he pushed me onto the couch, and was holding me down, and yelling at me about something that I was accusing him of at the time. And, it was like a, struggle on the couch where he was holding me down and pushing my head into the couch. I kicked him to get him off of me. And then I had called the police and he had, ran outside.
And this is the evening time at this point?
Yes.
What had you been accusing him at the cookout of?
I was accusing him of being with, another female that was there at the time.
And did the police come to the apartment?
Yes.
Marking for purposes of identification states exhibits 18A and 18B. May I approach, Your Honor? Showing you states exhibits 18A and B. Who is in both of those photographs?
Myself.
Looking specifically at 18B, and I'm sorry, are these both from September 6th of 2020, that we were just talking about?
Yes.
On 18B, is there some redness on here that was caused by Aaron Berry holding you down on the couch?
Yes.
And where is that?
It is on the left, part of my chest, upper chest to my neck.
Now, there's also a mark kind of on the right side. Was that from that evening, or is that unrelated?
That was from that evening.
And then in state exhibit 19A, are there any marks or anything that you think were caused by that evening, or no?
No.
Okay, so just in 18B, the redness on the left side and a little bit of a mark on the right side.
Yes.
And are these both fair and accurate representations of that evening?
Yes.
When the police came, did you speak with them?
Yes, I did.
Did you want to go forward with any charges at that point?
Yeah, at that point I wrote a statement, when the police arrived of what happened.
And then later, before they left, did you kind of change your mind and not really want to go forward?
Yes.
Did you later indicate that this did not happen?
Yes, I did.
Did you later indicate that he had been physical with you on September 6th of 2020?
Yes, I did.
And why did you later say that it didn't happen?
Because, after that night, Aaron, you know, had, we were talking about the whole thing, and he had said how, you know, we were both really intoxicated, how I was starting the fight, and that I don't remember exactly what happened in order, you know, and that if I don't remember all of the details, how can you go to court and press charges on me for it? You don't remember what happened, you were really drunk. And so, you know, and he had, before this, had some time where he was not around my daughter for a while. And so he was just saying, if you do this, I'm gonna go away for a long time, and I just really want to be with my daughter. So I made a mistake, and I felt guilty, and confused about the whole thing, and so then later I said that it did not happen.
Was he in fact physical with you that night on September 6th of 2020?
Yes,
And the picture of 18B that you looked at, that was caused by Aaron Berry?
yes,
So a few months later, November 24th of 2020, are you still living at Nye Road?
yes,
And that's Painesville Township, Lake County, Ohio?
yes,
Did you have occasion to see Aaron Berry that day?
yes. He had came over to my apartment.
Had you invited him over?
Yes,
And this was in the evening time,
yes.
nighttime? And what happened while he was over that evening of November 24th of 2020?
He had came over, and he had brought like a liquor bottle that he had been drinking, and he was just really drunk, and he was on the phone with someone, and he was arguing with them over the phone, yelling really loud, and I kept telling him, like, be quiet, you know, that he was gonna wake my daughter up and get the house all stirred up, and he was just like, mind your business, I'm handling something. And we were in the kitchen, and he had taken my phone from the table. It was sitting on the table. He took my phone, and he pushed me against my kitchen wall, and my head hit it really hard, and I was able to then, I just ran up the steps to upstairs where my daughter's room is, and I had a deactivated phone. It was like an old phone, so I tried to call 911 with it, and it worked, so I called the police.
Marking for purposes of identification, States Exhibits 19A through 19C. Showing to defense counsel. May I approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 19A. Do you know what that's a DVD of?
Yes, my 911 call.
From November 24th of 2020?
Yes,
And have you listened to this DVD before?
yes,
And after you listened to it, did you mark anything on it?
yes, I initialed it.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the 911 call you made on November 24th of 2020?
Yes,
And I'd ask to admit States Exhibit 19A and play it for the court.
Any objection to A?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
911, safety emergency. Hello?
Hello?
911, where are you at?
I just want them to leave my house.
Okay, I need the address.
120 Nye Road. 1104.
Okay, what's the person's name that you want out of the place?
Aaron Berry.
Okay, and who is he to you?
My daughter's father.
Okay, did he put his hands on you or not?
Yeah.
Okay, do you need an ambulance or not?
No.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Do not hang up. What's your name?
Sophia.
Mm-hmm. What's your last name?
Kennedy.
Okay. You're sure you don't want an ambulance?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not here. Like.
Okay. Where does he live now? If he goes to leave before we get there, where does he stay?
He stays at his uncle's house in Kansas City.
Do you know what street he lives on?
Pine Ave.
Okay. And did he show up in a car, or did he walk over? Did you give him a ride, or what?
No, I didn't give him a ride, but I asked him to come here, and he came, and he's been drinking, and he just didn't get any, like, I begged him, and I told him to leave.
Does he have any weapons that you can see?
No.
Okay. How old is he?
26.
Okay. And you guys don't live together? He doesn't have residency there?
What's mine?
How old's your child?
3.
Okay. Your child's okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Does Aaron know that you've called?
No, he's downstairs arguing on the phone with people.
Who's he arguing with?
I don't know, someone's calling his phone, and he's like, they're like fighting, and he can't really aggressive with them, and...
Was it something that set him off, or is it just because he's a little bit drunk?
I think he's a little bit drunk, but someone's calling his phone, and I don't know what it has to do with, but they're like calling his phone, and he's getting mad, and he took it out on me, and I'm just...
Well, I'm glad that you called.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get him in jail. I just want him to leave.
That's fine. If he didn't put his hands there, if he put his hands on you but you don't have any injuries, you tell that to the officers, or, we'll see what's going on there, okay? You're not holding any weapons yourself, are you?
No, I just don't know where my phone is, and I don't know if he has it. I can't...
You called from like an old deactivated phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you in the bedroom right now?
Yeah, my daughter's in with her.
Are you locked in?
No, we're just sitting here. He's traffic because he's downstairs arguing on the phone with people.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to stay on with you until we get there. That way, if he comes in, I can hear what's going on and I can tell the responding officers, okay?
Okay.
And just to be clear, you're in 904, right?
Yeah.
Put the phone down if you need to.
I have to go.
Leave the phone open, okay?
At the end of that phone call, there were some voices. Who was that?
There was my daughter, and then Aaron Berry. He had came up the steps and saw that I was on the phone.
Show you state exhibits 19B and 19C. What are those photographs of? Who's in that photograph?
Myself.
And what, if any, part of your body is mainly shown in the photograph?
My arm with two large bruises.
So are these marks on the arms, bruising, was that related to what Aaron Berry did, pushing you wall?
Yeah, he had held me by my arms and pushed me really hard against the wall.
There are 19 B and C fair and accurate representation of the injury caused by Aaron Berry on November 24th of 2020.
Yes.
When the police came, was Aaron Berry still present at the house or the apartment?
No.
So he left shortly after they came or as they were coming?
Yes.
The next morning, November 25th of 2020, what, if anything, did you feel regarding what had happened the night before?
I had a really bad headache, and I was just in a lot of pain with my head from hitting the wall.
What type of wall was in the kitchen?
The wall that he pushed me into was a concrete wall.
And what, if anything, did you do after your head was hurting?
I went to the emergency room.
After going to the emergency room, did you do anything different the next couple of days than you normally would?
Yes, I was told to take a couple days off of work because I work on a computer and that the light from the computer could make it worse.
If I could have a brief moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time.
All right, Cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name's Mary Springer, and I represent Aaron in this case, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you some follow-up questions about some of the things that you testified to today. And I know that there's a lot of information, there's a lot of dates that we're talking about. So, if I misstate anything, or if anything gets confusing, just let me know, and then I can clarify that, okay?
Okay.
So I want to start kind of with the beginning of yours and Aaron's relationship. And I think that you testified that you all started seeing each other at like the end of 2014 or the early 2015, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you described your relationship with Aaron as being an on and off again relationship, right?
Yes.
And when you say that, do you mean all of the time since 2014 or 2015, over the years it's been on and off again?
Yes, it's been on and off.
Okay. And some of the time that relationship was off because Aaron was in prison, right?
Yes.
In 2015, Aaron went to prison for the first time, right?
Yes.
And while he was in prison, did you continue to maintain a relationship with him?
Not the entire time.
Okay. So some of the portions that he was incarcerated, you did still continue to have contact with him, right?
For a short bit.
For a short bit?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were contacting with him, you had indicated to him that you were waiting for him, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You know a lot of the specifics that you just testified to, right?
I don't understand.
So back when you were describing all the different incidents that you had with Aaron, you knew exact details of what happened in that 2015 incident, right?
Yes, it was very traumatic to me.
Okay, in the 2016 incident, you were able to recount all of that very specifically. Excuse me, the 2017 incident, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you don't remember telling Aaron that you were gonna wait for him in 2015 when he was in prison?
Objection.
Sustained.
When Aaron got out of prison, you were waiting for him, right?
which time he was incarcerated a few times.
2015.
We did get back together.
And after that, Samaya was born, right?
Correct.
So she was born, after his, release from his first incarceration, right?
Correct.
In May of 2017?
That's when she was born, yes.
You talked about, the incident that, took place in which you and Aaron decided that he was going to be moving out of your home in end of 2022, early 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
When did that happen?
When did what happen?
He said that you and Aaron had a conversation. When did that conversation happen?
Well, we discussed that he would be moving out in November, like we were talking about it in November, and that he could have all of December to plan on where he was going to live, get all of his stuff out, and be out by January.
Okay. And I think that you testified that Aaron had moved into the Stonehaven address sometime shortly after you purchased it, right?
Correct.
And that was in 2021, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you asked him to move in with you, right?
Yes.
Do you know when specifically it was in 2021?
No, not the exact date.
Was it before or after he pled guilty to that domestic violence charge against you that year?
Of what incident? Sorry.
In February of 2021, he pled guilty to a domestic violence incident against you, right?
Yes.
Did he move in after that?
Not right after, no.
Okay. Are you aware that he was placed on probation in April of 2021 by this court?
Yes.
Did he move in with you after that?
Yes.
What was the move-out process like for Aaron? Was it like you just described? Did he kind of slowly move out his things throughout December? Or was it like one day that he moved everything out? Could you just describe that for the court a little bit?
It wasn't just one day. I just kind of let him do it at his pace, as long as we were under the agreement that effective January 1, he would not be living with me.
Okay. And you talked about how after he moved out, you gave him a key to your house, right?
Correct.
And you said that sometimes he would use the key to what? Watch Samaya? Was that what was happening?
No, the reason I took the key back is because he would come to my house uninvited.
No, why did he have the key?
In the event of an emergency.
Okay.
That was his reasoning, yeah.
Well, why did you give it to him?
Under that agreement.
Okay. And sometimes after January 1st of 2023, you would stay at your mom's house for the night, right?
Yes.
Sometimes some of her other grandchildren or Samaya's cousins would stay there too, right?
Yes.
And on those occasions, you would give Aaron permission to stay at your house, right?
I mean, he stayed at my house a couple times after January.
And at some point in time, you described taking the key back from him, right?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
Had to have been at the end of January or early February.
When did you first start seeing Andrea Gill?
Objection.
What's the relevance of that?
Your Honor, it goes towards the entire timeline of events that have happened here.
for what purpose though?
To figure out when Erin was no longer permitted to come around her home any longer.
Well, she's indicated that she took back the key in late January or early February. So what is that, what is?
I'm just trying to inquire if that coincided with when she began dating Andrew Giaskill.
Okay, but what's the relevance? So what impact does that have on these charges?
Just to give context to the court as to what the going-ons of the relationship were.
Okay, but I understand what you're trying to do, but I'm having trouble with finding the relevance of that to these charges. Because does it matter if she's dating somebody else?
Well, I think that if I am able to elicit some additional questioning, that she would tell Erin one thing and then was doing something else.
All right, so is there something specific that you are, that you know, is there a basis for that you're going to elicit, some information that you're going to be able to elicit from her?
I'm just asking when she first started seeing him and if that coincided with when she asked Erin to no longer come to the home.
Okay, but you've indicated that there's some other information that would presumably affect her credibility because she's telling somebody one thing and Erin another thing. So what is that other information?
There's going to be additional information related to Andrew Giaskill, I think, throughout the questioning as it relates to where she was on certain days,
Okay,
what she was telling Erin.
But what does it matter where she, assume for a minute that she was telling him a complete line of nonsense that was a lie, okay? For the purposes of this trial, what does that matter?
It matters to explain to the court why Erin was doing certain things. If he believed that she was in a certain place and she wasn't in that place and later saw.
But doesn't she have the right to be in
Yes.
any other place? Okay,
Yep.
so it's not relevant, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Are you aware that Erin has been charged with menacing by stalking?
Objection.
Isn't that the charge that we're here for?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm asking if she's aware of that.
Well, she's a witness, so it doesn't really matter if she's aware of it. I mean,
It's just,
she's a witness. She didn't bring any charges, right?
I'm not asking if she did, I'm just asking if she's aware so that I can get a timeline of events that's happening.
Okay, but what does it matter?
Just to get a basic foundation as to the events that we're dealing with here, Your Honor.
I don't know what that means, Ms. Springer. I mean,
I'm trying.
why does it, if she says, no, I didn't realize that, what impact does that have on this case?
That the date range encompasses from January 1st,
Right.
2023, and I'm going to ask her some questions about what was occurring in
I
January.
mean, you can try to challenge the underlying basis of the elements for menacing by stalking,
I'll rephrase
but
my
it doesn't
question.
matter if she understands it.
I'll rephrase my
Okay,
question.
right.
I want to talk to you about early January 2023, after you said that Erin moved out of your home, okay?
Okay.
On January 9th, 2023, the Painesville Police Department came to your home and Erin was there, right? And at that time, you had the occasion to speak with Officer Witt, right?
Yeah.
And you told Officer Witt that you and Erin had
Objection.
recently broken up.
Hold on. What's the objection?
Hearsay.
This is what she told Witt?
Yes.
Overruled.
You told Officer Witt that you and Erin had recently broken up, right?
Yes.
But that you were okay with Erin staying there, right?
He asked if it was okay.
I'm not asking what Officer Witt asked you, I'm just asking about what you told Officer Witt, okay? Did you tell Officer Witt that you were okay with Erin staying there?
At that moment, yes.
And you learned at that time that the only way that Erin could be removed was if you evicted him, right?
Objection.
Are you asking if she told that to Witt?
No.
Okay, what are you asking?
I asked her if she learned that in order to get Erin to leave, she would have to evict him.
So that's necessarily hearsay, right? She learned it because somebody told it to her.
I'm not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, I'm using it to show then what Ms. Cicconetti did from there.
Okay, but isn't it presumed that she would, that the information she was told that it was for the truth of the matter asserted? Isn't that necessarily the case?
That's not the purpose that I'm using it for. I'm using it for the purpose of determining whether.
Okay, ask that question again.
Did you learn that the only way that Aaron would be removed from the home was if you evicted him?
Okay, I'll overrule it. Go ahead. You can answer that.
Did you learn that?
I'm just having a hard time understanding your question.
Did you learn that the only way that Aaron would be removed from your home was if you evicted him?
Yes.
I want to fast forward a little bit to the early February of 2023. You had testified about an incident that took place at the cityscape, right?
Yes.
And on February 4th, 2023, you and Aaron had plans to take Samaya skating that day, right?
He had asked if we all could go skating.
Okay. But instead of doing that, you went skating with your mom and Samaya, right?
Yes, because I did not want to go with him.
Okay. But this was something that you and Aaron had been previously discussing.
It was just that day. He said that he wanted to be the one to go, and why do I spend so much time with my mother and grandma instead of him?
And you described Aaron as harassing you, right?
Yes.
And you testified that he was asking you, why aren't you answering my calls and texts, right?
Correct.
Because you hadn't told him that you were going without him, right?
Did I not tell him what?
That you were going skating without him.
Correct. I just went on with my day.
When the police responded to the cityscape, you weren't sure if you wanted to pursue charges against him, right?
Correct.
And at that time, you told Officer Ettinger that you had evicted Aaron already, right?
Yes.
You eventually decided you did not want to pursue charges against him, right?
For coming to the skating rink? Correct.
And for what you describe as harassing you, right?
Correct.
And you said that the resolution that Aaron was not allowed to return to this cityscape was acceptable to you, right?
Yeah.
You don't know, or do you know, whether or not that was relayed to Aaron, that he was not allowed to come back?
Objection.
Overruled.
Do you know whether or not that information was relayed to Aaron?
Yes, they told me he was not allowed back because of what they saw him coming in and causing commotion to their business.
But do you know if they told Aaron that? They told you that, right?
Mhm.
That Aaron wasn't allowed back in. But
Right.
do you know if Aaron ever got that message?
I'm unsure.
One of the things that you stated on direct examination was that Aaron heard you call 911, and that is how he knew that was happening, right?
Which time?
The second time.
At the skating rink?
Yeah.
Yes.
But do you remember telling Officer Ettinger that you told Aaron, I'm going to call 911?
Yeah, and he was standing right next to me, and I said, I'm calling the police, and I called the police, and he heard me call the police.
Okay. So it wasn't just that you decided to call 911. You told Aaron, I'm calling 911, right?
Yes.
The police followed up with you the next day, or a couple of days after, and inquired again on whether or not you wanted to pursue charges against him, right?
think they did after the February 26th date, but I don't remember them following up with me after the skating rink.
Okay. Did you, at any point in time, decide that you did want to pursue charges against Aaron for the skating rink incident?
I believe so.
Okay. So if the officer testified that he followed up with you and that you still did not want to pursue charges, do you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. In the days following that city skate incident, you actually decided to sell your car to Aaron, right?
No, he didn't have any money to buy the car.
Okay. So, do you remember on February 10th, calling the police about that car?
Yeah.
And do you remember telling the police that you were selling Aaron the car, but that he had lost his job?
I told the police that he had previously been paying off my car and that I was allowing him to have it for work, but he had gotten fired and now he's following me everywhere I go in it, and so I want my car back.
You told the police in February that he was following you everywhere you went in it?
I told them that he was showing up in my car and that I wanted it back because he got fired, and that was the original agreement why he had the car.
So someone following you in your car everywhere you went is something that is pretty important to report, right?
Yes, but they already had police reports and everything. I mean, I've called the police numerous times.
So on February 10th, you reported that you wanted Aaron to give you the car back, right?
Correct.
And the police told you this isn't really something that we're able to deal with, it's a civil issue.
They told me after, I believe, 48 hours, if I request the car back, and after 48 hours it's not returned, then I can file for it as like stolen. But as far as the money part goes of him paying my car off, that's a civil.
And there was never any report made within 48 hours that he did not return your car, right?
He ended up, I ended up getting my car.
And officers warned you that you could be charged with wrongful entrustment, right?
For what?
For letting Aaron use your car. He didn't have a valid driver's license. You knew that at the time.
Right.
And so they had warned you, you're not allowed to let him use your car, right?
Correct.
You remember in February 2023, seeing Aaron staying at a girl's house in Argon Arms, right?
Did I see him staying there?
You saw the car outside,
Correct.
and that upset you, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Well, we had arrangements with our daughter, and the arrangement was that Samaya was going to be going to High Nav, but he wasn't there, and so then I saw his car somewhere else, and it, made me upset.
And so you believe that Aaron was at his uncle's house on High Nav, right?
Correct.
And so you took pictures of the car, right?
Yes.
And you confronted Aaron with that information that he had lied to you about being at his uncle's house.
Yes.
Do you remember, at the end of February, on the 24th or the 25th, going with Aaron to his grandmother's wedding?
Yes, that was pre-planned months in advance.
And you went and Samaya was the flower girl, right?
Yes.
So you got to see, the ceremony where she was the flower girl, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
It's okay, I just need to clarify for the court reporter. You went to the reception afterwards as well with Aaron, right?
Yes.
Aaron had been staying at your house on and off throughout that period of time.
A couple of times, not frequently.
Do you remember one of those nights that Aaron was staying at your house, that he looked through your phone and saw some Facebook messages with Enriquez?
Objection.
What's the relevance of that?
Credibility.
As to how does that impact credibility?
So I'm gonna be eliciting questions related to a confrontation that occurred between, the defendant and Enriquez, and, the witness's response to that, and about, the motivation to confront him.
So, for who to confront who?
Aaron to confront Enriquez,
What does that matter?
or Enriquez
What does
confronting
that
Aaron.
matter as it relates to Ms. Cicconetti?
Because she was staying at Enriquez's home for several of these days.
Sustained.
I want to talk about February 26th of 2023. That is the incident related to the muddy footprints, okay?
Yes.
You described that on that day you came back from walking your dog, right?
Yes.
And it was muddy outside, right?
Yes.
Was that the day, that Aaron still had the car, that you were asking that you wanted it to be returned again?
Yes.
And that's the day that he was at the parking lot of Sheer Design, right?
Yes.
So some point in time in between the February 10th incident when you called and the February 26th incident, you gave him the keys back, right?
That's correct, but the only time that the police told me that I could be in trouble for giving the car back was after February 26th.
Okay.
It was not before that.
Okay. So, on that day, that is when the officer told you about the wrongful entrustment, on the 26th?
Correct.
And you explained to the officer that you had given Aaron permission to use the car, right?
Correct.
Even though you didn't want to sell it to him anymore.
Right.
And on that day, you explained to Officer Ettinger that Aaron did not live with you.
Correct.
And you told Officer Ettinger that you had served Aaron with a 30-day notice, right?
Yes.
You had not done that.
What do you mean?
You had not served Aaron with a 30-day notice.
No, I told the officer that I had given him a 30-day notice, and that January 1 was to be his last day. He asked me, did I have anything in writing about that? I told him, no, I did not.
Okay.
That it was an agreement like it was.
So when you characterized it to Officer Ettinger as serving him with a 30-day notice, that was not accurate. You just told him, you gotta get out in 30 days, right?
Yeah, I did not tell him that I served him I wouldn't even come up with that vocabulary.
So if Officer Ettinger characterized it in that way in his report, he's inaccurate?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the previous instance that you testified to on direct examination about lying to the police. That I'm talking about was in 2020, right? Do you know what I'm referencing?
Yes.
Okay. So on September 6th, 2020, you called the police and said that Aaron Berry was joking you, right?
Yes.
And that was not true.
No, it was true.
That was true?
Yes. I later
Okay. That's okay. I'll ask you about later. You said that he was striking you with a closed fist, right?
To the police? I don't remember saying that.
You explained, to the police that he threw you on the couch and held you down, right?
Yes,
And was pushing your head into the couch, right?
yes,
And that you were trying to push him off of you, but that he started to hit you with his other hand in the stomach, right?
yes,
He then, as you described it to the police, put his hand around your neck, right?
yes.
And you couldn't breathe.
It was hard for me to breathe.
And it is your testimony today that that statement is the truth.
That what I testified today about that incident is true.
That's your statement.
Yes,
And you recognize that you're under oath today, right?
yes,
Do you know what that means? To be under oath?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that, well, you do know what it means to be under oath because you have been
Objection.
told previously.
It's sustained.
Do you remember testifying at a preliminary hearing at the Painesville Municipal Court on September 15th, 2020?
yes,
You were under oath on that occasion, right?
yes,
And you were advised by the judge that if you did not tell the truth,
Objection.
this is testimony under oath, Your
Right,
Honor.
okay, so what does it matter what the judge in Painesville told her?
Because I want to be sure that she was completely aware of what it meant to be under oath and that she continued to lie anyway.
Sustained. Now, it seems to me that your questioning goes to the fact that she wrote a statement apparently and testified today as to what happened on September 6th, right? And then, at some point after that, her testimony was in conjunction with Mr. Berry, that she decided to tell the police that did not happen so he wouldn't get charged, right?
I'm trying to elicit testimony that she lied under oath.
Okay, all right, sustained, sustained.
So I just want to clarify that if there is,
That's over. The objection that she made is sustained, so go to another question.
could I put an argument on the record?
Well, go ahead, I mean, you just did, but go ahead.
Okay, there is a testimony from this witness under oath that contradicts what she has said here in open court today. If that is in fact true.
You asked her questions about that, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it seems to me what you asked her questions about gave more details than what she gave today, right? Isn't that your point? That-
No,
Okay, then I completely missed your point.
that she's previously lied under oath is my
Okay,
point.
you can't make a blanket statement and say she lied under oath, okay? You're asking her questions about a statement she made as it relates to September 6th, right?
Yes.
That
And that it's sworn
he
testimony.
struck, can you let me finish? That he struck her and that he did some other things, which she didn't indicate today the extent of it, right? Is that your point?
No.
Okay, go ahead, ask some questions and we'll take them one by one.
Do you remember going to Painesville Municipal Court on September, I believe it was 15th, 2020?
yes,
The incident that we're talking about occurred on September 6th, right?
yes,
Okay. And you were questioned on that day about the statements that you made to police on September 6th, right?
yes,
And you testified that you were not truthful to the police on September 6th, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
correct.
You testified on,
Now, is this going back to Painesville Municipal?
that's what my question was just about, yes.
Right, and she says she was not. So your line of questioning with regard to that is done.
I'd like to be able to ask the specifics of what she lied to under oath, Your Honor.
You can't, because you're impeaching her with her prior statement, which was the testimony in Painesville Muni. You asked her if she lied about it. She said yes, so you've impeached her. That's the end of it.
I think in order to show the credibility of this witness, Your
You-
Honor,
you-
I'm
you-
permitted to get into the
No,
specifics
you're,
of what she's
you're,
lied
you're
about.
absolutely not permitted to get in it. If she admits, you're trying to impeach her. Once you impeach her, the impeachment's over with. Now, if she denied it, then you can get into some specifics, but she admitted it, okay? So you've established that she wasn't credible, okay, to a certain degree, because she said one thing in court on September 15th, and another thing September 6th, and whatever today is, okay? But the impeachment is over with.
The reason that you lied to the police was because
She's admitted she lied to the police. And once you establish that fact, there's no fact left to be established with regard to impeachment.
you, on direct examination, talked about State's Exhibit 18A and 18B, the pictures of the injuries on your face from September 6th, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You also took pictures of your face yourself on the 6th, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in those photographs that you took, there were not any injuries on your face?
No.
Okay. And you brought those photographs to court, had not harmed you, right?
Objection.
Sustained. This is right back to impeachment, and we're done with impeachment on that issue. So you can't go any further since she admitted that she lied on September 15th.
Well,
You can't.
I understand.
613 is 613. I don't write the rules, I just interpret and enforce them.
When testifying today, your explanation for why you recanted was because you had a conversation with Aaron later that night, right?
Or the next day.
The next day?
It was late hours
Okay.
of the night, like 11, midnight, 1, when the incident happened. So shortly after, it was the next day.
So what, were you having the conversations from?
No.
No?
I don't remember.
Okay, because he was arrested on September 6th. 2020.
Objection.
Overruled.
Okay.
You remember that, right?
Yes.
It was at your house,
Yes.
and he was arrested,
Yes.
and were with him from the Lake County Jail.
Yes.
The conversations in which you claimed that Aaron said, if you do this, I'm going to go away for a long time.
Objection.
Overruled.
I mean, I know that we had the conversation, where he was telling me that what I said wasn't true, that he was telling me that yes, you know, we were fighting, but that I was drunk and I don't remember. He was saying, no, I didn't punch you.
I understand what you're saying he said to you, but did that conversation occur when he was incarcerated in the Lake County Jail?
I don't remember if that conversation happened when he was in jail or afterwards.
Okay. You are aware that all of the jail calls are recorded, right?
Yes.
After preliminary hearing, you gave an additional sworn affidavit.
Objection.
Sustained.
So we're talking about incidents that occurred September of 2020. You talked about another incident that happened after that. Was that in November of 2020?
Yes.
And then Aaron moved into your home in 2021, right?
Yes.
So I want to go back to 2023, when you had reported to police the incident about him jumping on the bed. Okay. again, you indicated that you did not want to pursue charges against Aaron, right?
Yes.
And you stated that you knew how to obtain a protection order against him, right?
Yeah.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did file for a protection order.
Okay. And after you filed for that protection order, you continued to have contact with Aaron, right?
Yes, the protection order was not granted.
You talked about how you didn't appear to that hearing, right?
Yeah, how I didn't know about the date.
Do you remember telling Aaron that you were not going to go to that court date?
Objection.
Sustained.
You talked to Aaron about the court date, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
Did you make the conscious choice not to appear for the protection order hearing?
No.
Did you,
I missed the court date.
so that's not what I'm just gonna ask you a couple of questions, you just answer those the way that I asked them, okay? So you didn't make the conscious choice not to go.
Correct.
So if someone testifies that they had a discussion with you about it, that would be an incorrect recollection of what happened?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's talk about March 3rd of 2023. Do you remember getting pulled over at Longview Avenue and Chester Street by the Painesville Police Department?
Yes.
Was that before or after you tried to pursue the protection order against Aaron?
That was after I was dropping my daughter and him off to, where he was living.
So Aaron was in the car when you got pulled over on March 3rd, right?
Yeah.
Are you saying that Samaya was also in the car?
Yeah.
In the week leading up to the event that occurred on the morning of April 11th, you and Aaron spent quite a bit of time together that week, right?
I know we spent a day or two, or maybe, I don't remember spending a whole lot of time with him.
So do you remember that on Monday, April 3rd, Aaron spent the night over your house?
Yes.
And that you drove him to work the next morning on April 4th?
Yes.
And that he thanked you for having him over, right?
Yes.
And this was a continuation of your on and off again relationship, right?
No, we were not together.
On Monday, April 3rd, you and Aaron did engage in a sexual relationship with one another, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you described that you and Aaron had a plan for how that weekend would be handled, right? That Samaya would be staying with him, was it on Friday and Saturday?
She would stay with him Friday and Saturday, yes.
And you talked about how you would pick her up on Sunday, right?
Yes.
And that was Easter Sunday?
Yes.
And you and Aaron had planned that you and Samaya and him would all spend some time together on Easter.
I originally said that we would. It's
When you say originally, when do you mean?
when we first made the arrangements for the weekend.
Okay, so
In order,
I'm just gonna ask you some questions. They should be fairly simple, yes or no's mostly, or time frames, okay?
Right.
So are you talking about you made the plan for hanging out together on Easter, like earlier in the week around April 3rd, April 4th?
yes.
And you described, on one of those nights that week, and I'm not sure which, you stayed at your mom's house, right?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that was?
I stayed with my mom Friday and Sunday.
And do you remember, after spending the night at your mom's house on Friday, on Saturday, texting Aaron throughout that day?
Yes, during the daytime.
Okay. Okay. And you had sent him your location throughout the day, right?
Yes, can I explain?
Well, can you explain what that means? What does it mean to send a location?
No, I wanted to explain.
You'll have a chance to clarify further with the prosecutor if there's any follow-up questions. Did you or did you not send Aaron your location throughout Saturday?
For a short period of time, yes.
So you texted your location to Aaron when you went to the hospital, right?
Yes.
You texted Aaron your location when you went and got margaritas, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you texted Aaron location when you went back to your mom's house on that day, right?
I guess.
Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is it a yes or a no? Did you text him your mom's location?
Yes.
And you texted Aaron that you were going to be at your mom's drinking for that night, right?
Yes.
And that's the night that you went to Enrique's house, right?
Yes.
How long have, you talked about Sierra. Who is Sierra to Enrique?
They're cousins.
And how long have you known Sierra for?
I've known her since I was in, high school.
Where did she go to high school?
Well, I think we went to middle school together, at Heritage in Painesville.
My question was, where did Sierra go to high school?
Harvey.
Did you go there as well?
Yes.
We watched a video of Aaron peeking his head into your house on Easter Sunday, right?
Yes.
And that was the day that you had plans with him to hang out with Maya, right?
That was no longer a plan.
Did you tell Aaron that was no longer a plan?
Yes, and the police also told him he was to stay away
I'm
from
not
me.
asking what the police told Aaron, okay? I'm just asking, did you relay to Aaron that you were no longer having Easter Sunday with him and Samaya?
Yes.
And how did you do that? Via text message, on the phone?
Actually, I don't remember. I guess I assumed that after all of the police calls.
I'm not asking about the police calls. I'm asking about your conversations with Aaron.
I did not talk to him.
Okay, so you didn't tell him that the Easter plans were off?
Correct.
On the video that we watched, the Easter Sunday video where he's peeking his head in, do you know whether or not the time on that video is accurate?
It is accurate.
And in that video, Aaron is clearly looking for you, right?
Yeah.
He's saying your name. He's calling your name out, right? Sophia, Sophia.
Yes.
He doesn't seem mad in the video.
I think so.
You think he seems mad?
Yes, because then he says, "God damn it."
Okay. Do you think that that had anything to do with the plans that you had with him?
Objection.
Sustained.
He wasn't swearing, right?
He did.
Okay, so what did he say? God damn it?
Yes.
The dog that's in the video, that was Aaron's dog, right?
My dog.
It was your dog?
We both paid for the dog,
So you
but
and
it was
Aaron-
living at my address, my house.
So you and Aaron got the dog together?
Yes.
When? If you know.
Well, he just turned 2, so 2021, sometime in 2021.
And sometime in March of 2023, you and Aaron went together to Euclid to get the dog neutered, right?
Correct.
And you told Aaron you don't have to go, but it would help a lot, right?
Yes.
Because the dog was kind of under better behavior when Aaron was around.
well, I wanted him to go with me because it would help at the vet to have two people.
And that was in March 2023?
Yes.
And then about a week or two after that, you and Aaron went back to a vet to have the dog vaccinated, right?
Correct.
And throughout March of 2023, there were several instances in which you would pick up Aaron to bring him, I think, to a church service for Samaya on Wednesdays, right?
He would go on his own. I mean, I worked, so I never went to her church service, but he would go sometime.
And would you drive him there ever?
I think I did once.
And that was in 2023?
Yes.
The incident with Aaron looking into the window and the dog being there, that was on the same day that you, your mom, and grandma all came back to your house on Stonehaven, right?
Yes.
And your mom, you know that your mom does not approve of your relationship with Aaron.
Objection.
Overruled.
It's not a approval. She just doesn't like me being with him.
Have there been instances in the past of you lying to your mom about your relationship with Aaron?
Objection.
On the instance in which you, on Easter, when you guys all came back to your house, where was your car parked?
It was in my driveway.
And where was her car parked? Or were you in was the grandma's car? Was it mom or grandma?
Grandmother's car.
Okay, so where was her car parked?
Behind my car.
And so, at some point in time, Aaron appeared, right?
Well, he was in the garage.
How do you know he was in the garage?
Because I opened my garage door from my button that was in my car, so I was standing outside of my car, opened the button, and I was right in front of the garage, and I saw him in there.
So it's electronic. You didn't have to like physically move it up, right?
Correct.
And where was your mom at that time?
Standing outside.
Okay. Was she behind your car?
Yeah.
You testified that Aaron was yelling about where you were, right?
Yeah, he was yelling at me.
Right. Was he yelling about where you were? That's what your testimony was.
He was yelling about me being with Andrikis.
Okay. Was he yelling about the Easter plan?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't recall. I was in a panic. I wasn't listening to every
That's
little
okay.
thing.
If you don't recall, that's okay. Who were you calling a dumbass bitch in the 911 call?
Aaron.
You described having different missed calls from Aaron after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in time, you decided to go to the courthouse to get a protection order, right?
I'm on Monday.
Okay. So, were the phone calls from Aaron and the blocked number happening still on Easter on Sunday night?
Yes.
Okay. And then you decided to get the protection order on Monday?
Yes.
And you talked about how, as you were driving to the courthouse, you remembered that you forgot your wallet, right?
Yes.
And you drove past Aaron walking.
Yes.
And you described that he was walking in the direction of your house, right?
Yes.
You don't know where specifically he was going, right?
I didn't know.
Aaron didn't have your car anymore.
Correct.
And you know that he walked around Painesville mostly.
Yes.
Was it before you made it to the courthouse that you became aware that he was trying to get some property back from you?
Was it before I went to the courthouse?
Yeah. Or when was it? Can you remember on that day whether you had already been to the courthouse or when that was?
Yeah, as I said earlier, when I called the police came, and that's when I found out at that moment, before I went to the courthouse, that Aaron was claiming he was there, that he wanted to get some of his stuff while he was there.
Okay. And you described that some of the stuff was in your car and then some of it was at your house, right?
He had a jacket in my garage, which I did not know was there. And then there was a pair of shoes and a pair of jeans in my car.
And did Aaron get those items back?
Yes.
And then you went to the courthouse to file for the protection order, right?
Yes.
And you didn't communicate that information to Aaron, right?
Correct.
You didn't tell him, hey, I'm going to get a protection order against you, right?
Right.
And that was sequentially just after his property had been returned to him.
Yes.
And when you went to the court to get the protection order, that was what's called an ex parte order, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yeah.
And you were the only one present for that order. Aaron didn't respond at that time, right?
Well, there wouldn't have been anything for him to respond to, so that's not a fair question.
Okay. There was nothing for Aaron to respond to because you had just filed for the ex parte portion, right?
Yes, I don't know the exact, terms of the process. I was just there to get it, and yeah.
And that part of the order was granted, right?
The protection order was granted, yes.
And you were aware that there was going to have to be a follow-up hearing, right?
Yes.
And that would be for Aaron to appear to explain his side of the story.
Objection.
Sustained.
How many times have you had a protection order against Aaron throughout your relationship?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I could put an argument on the record as it relates to that.
Go ahead.
We've been into 8 years worth of the interactions between this witness and the defendant. We've gone through 911 calls, we've gone through photographs, and I'm trying to elicit testimony as it relates to her familiarity with the process.
Okay. She testified that she went on the 10th for a protection order and it was granted.
Yes.
Okay. So what does it matter if she's familiar or not familiar? You know, what would that have changed such that if she went on the 10th, something would have been done differently had she no knowledge of it or an abundance of knowledge of it, of the process? Doesn't matter, right? Because you file, you get an ex parte order or you do not. You have an ex parte hearing, you either get an order with a full hearing in the future or you don't get an order, right?
Yep.
I mean, so what, her knowledge of the process, whether it's more than anybody else in this world or zero, doesn't really matter. It's not relevant.
I'll move on.
Okay.
When was Aaron served with the protection order? Do you know?
I was told by the officers.
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't know exactly. I did know on the 10th that he had been served.
So there was a FaceTime that you referenced, that you had blocked the top portion so that Aaron couldn't see you, right?
Yes.
What time was that?
Around 5:30.
And Aaron had not been served with the protection order at that time yet, right?
Correct.
And you described, and we see in the photograph, that he was wearing that mask that he frequently wears, right?
Yes.
On that day, on the 10th, did you ever speak with Officer McLeod or Officer Sidoria that you remember?
I don't remember.
And, I'm sorry, I can't remember your answer to the question. Did you say that you know what time he was served with the order?
I don't know what time it was, I just know that it was on the 10th.
And, you describe a text message, and I think you looked at a text message between you and Aaron, or that Aaron had sent to you related to his, aunt's death, right?
Yes.
That was one of those text messages where it didn't come through at the exact time that it was sent, right?
No, there was two. One was at the time it was sent, the first one, and then, I don't know if he resent it or I had my phone off. I had gotten a second one of the
Okay.
same text.
All right, so you turned your phone off at some point in time, right?
Yeah, I
Do
think
you
it
re-
died.
Do you remember Aaron actually calling you before that text message, and you answering the phone and saying, "What do you want?"
Yeah.
Do you remember turning your phone off after that conversation?
No, I was on the phone with, a couple friends.
So that conversation at that time was very brief between you and Aaron, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because you were aware that the protection order was already in place,
Yes.
and then after that is when the text message came about his aunt dying,
Correct.
after that phone conversation.
Right. Yes.
And is it your position that Aaron sent that text message twice, or that it didn't come through at the time that it says on your phone?
Objection.
If she knows, I mean, I think she's demonstrated that she doesn't know whether he sent it twice or she turned the phone off.
So you don't know if you turned your phone off or not?
Well, I believe my phone died because I was on FaceTime with a couple friends, and then it died. I don't know exactly if it was sent twice or it came in later after I turned my phone back on.
You testified about some other text messages that occurred in 2015 or 2017 between you and Aaron, right?
Yes.
And in those text messages, you were very clear that your phone was off, and that's why it looked the way that it did on the print-offs, right?
No, on the incident of April 9th, Saturday, or I'm sorry, the 8th Saturday is where I indicated the text came in later because I had turned my phone off when I was at Sierra's house.
Okay. So you know that that can happen.
Yes. I really remember turning my phone off that time, whereas this time, I don't know when that text came, the second one.
You talked about the early morning hours of April 11th, right?
Yes.
And we listened to the 911 call that you made.
Yeah.
And that 911 call happened at 1:45 in the morning, right?
Yes.
In between that time, at 1:45, and the text message about Aunt Carmen dying, was there any contact between Aaron and you?
I did not communicate with him.
Did he try to communicate with you?
Yes. I actually turned my phone on Do Not Disturb where it would not alert me if I got any notification, because I was on the phone with some friends, and I just turned my phone on Do Not Disturb,
So
so I wouldn't have seen the notification.
So when I asked you if Aaron tried to contact you, you said yes. Or you know that Aaron tried to reach out to you?
Yes, which is why I turned my phone on Do Not Disturb.
Okay. And so what was he doing? Trying to call you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you provide the police officers or the prosecutors with screenshots of those attempts to call you?
They saw, yes, they have photos of my text. I'm unsure about my calls.
Okay. There were no text messages after the Aunt Karen died, right?
Right.
Do you know what Aaron was doing that night?
Objection.
Overruled.
No.
No. You talked about or we heard the 911 call where you were describing to the operator that he was banging on your window, right?
Yes.
Was he banging on your window with his palms open?
No. I saw him banging, and then I saw him attempt to pull the window open. Push the window open, but it was locked.
I want to talk a little bit about that window. That window goes to your bedroom, right?
Yes.
Is it a two-story house or a one-story house?
1 story?
And that window is quite small, right?
Yes.
And it's quite high for a one-story house.
I mean, it's like up to here, the bottom of it.
And you're kind of gesturing to right underneath your collarbone, right?
Like the chest area.
Okay. To the chest area. In order to get into that window, would you need to stand on a chair?
Objection.
Overruled.
Quite honestly, some people can hop fences. I can't. I don't know.
I'm talking about you. So if, in order for you to get in the window, would you need to stand on a chair?
Myself?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not that strong to reach myself in.
Okay. Is the bed frame partially blocking that window?
It's not blocking the window. It's maybe like an inch from the frame. So the frame, and then, from the window frame, I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And then my headboard it's a short one. It does not block the window, no.
Okay, so is the bed frame underneath the window frame or above it?
It's about half of an inch above it.
Okay, so the window is being made smaller by about a half of an inch from the bed frame?
Yes.
There are not any lights in your backyard, right?
There is a motion light that it sometimes goes on, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on where the movement's caught.
Did it go on that day?
I just saw Aaron. The motion light is further down in between the other two windows, so I wouldn't have ever seen it.
When the light is not on, it's quite dark, right?
Correct.
What's behind your house? Woods?
My backyard's pretty big. So it's just my backyard for quite a while, and then some trees, and then my neighbor's backyard.
How was it that you were able to see the person that you think was out the window? Was the light on or not?
No, but he was right at my window, and I pulled the curtains, and I was looking straight in his face.
And what was being said? Was he saying something?
He had said, "Open the window. You have someone in here," and I tuned him out. I was having an anxiety attack and just wanted to call the police.
The window in the front of the house, the one where that camera is located, that window's a lot lower, right?
Yes.
And that window is a lot more accessible.
Yes.
And in that video, you can kind of see Aaron reaching in, right?
Yes.
The one from Easter, that video.
Yes.
But on the early morning of April 11th, there is no allegation that he tried to come in through that window, right?
In what window?
The one in the front of the house.
Correct.
He just went straight to the back window?
I was sleeping. I woke up to noises at the window right behind my head.
Was there anyone else there with you
My daughter.
She didn't hear or see anything that was going on, did she?
She did not wake up.
You are familiar with a Facebook page called Busted Lake County, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
You're aware that Aaron's photograph was posted on that Facebook group and the charges that he was arrested for, right?
Yes.
You engaged in a back and forth commenting with some other people on that post, right?
Objection.
What's your basis?
Relevance and hearsay.
Where's the, well, hearsay as to what others said?
Correct.
Okay, what's the relevance as to what she said?
Well, she's commenting, the questions that I'm gonna ask her about are specifically related to the incidents that occurred in the year of 2023, and her position on what occurred. I'm not gonna elicit questions related to what other people were saying, only what she was saying.
Is it your position that that whatever she said, in whatever form she said it, was inconsistent with her testimony here today?
In part, yes.
Well, what other reason could you use that?
That's part of the reason that I would like to be able to elicit, is that it is in part inconsistent with what she's talked about today.
Well, I guess we'll take that little by little to see what it is.
You remember commenting on the page that Aaron hasn't lived with me since December, and I got written proof, right?
Yes.
What was that written proof that you're referencing?
I was referencing on Facebook to random people that were fighting with me on Facebook, about text messages that between Aaron and I, that he was aware that he was not going to be living with me.
Just specifically as it relates to Aaron moving out of your house, do you have written proof of when that occurred or no?
No.
You wrote about how Aaron is going to be going to prison for a very long time, right?
Yes.
Where's the inconsistence? Why is that an inconsistent statement? with
Well,
her
I'm
testimony?
using that, for bias and credibility of the witness, as to what her testimony would be if she is aware of motivations related to sending him to prison for a long time.
So your question is designed to,
Elicit bias.
okay, go ahead.
And you posted about how Aaron is going to be going to prison for a long time, right?
Yes.
And you said in all capital letters, years, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
You started having direct dialogue between you and another female by the name of Mita. Do you remember that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, in part, the questions that I'd like to be able to elicit go to testimony that she has already referenced, in which she was aware that there was going to be a conversation in which Aaron would reach out to her, and that was done through this Mita. She's already testified to it.
Who's already testified to it?
This witness.
Testified, I never heard the name Meet.
Her direct examination, she talked about coordinating with a person for Aaron to be able to call and speak with his daughter while he was incarcerated.
Okay.
So I'd like to be able to lay the foundation as to how those conversations came to be.
Well, I think they probably came to be with either him or her talking to Mita to say they were gonna arrange it so he could talk to his daughter.
Yeah.
Okay, so what does that have to do with Miss Cicconetti, other than she made the arrangement for him to talk to his daughter through a third party?
It goes directly to the charges of violating a protection order that occurred after his arrest while he was incarcerated in the Lake County Jail.
Is the allegation that he had a conversation with her,
No, that Ms. Chickanetti coordinated with Mita for a time for Aaron to be able to call
which was when?
while he was incarcerated in the Lake County Jail.
When?
On the specific date,
Yeah. Isn't that important?
I could ask the witness what date it was.
No, you know what the date was, or you wouldn't be, I assume you know what that date was, or you wouldn't be asking that question, right?
Well, there was a lot of coordinated efforts.
Okay, I'm not getting into this, it's sustained.
I would like to talk about the communication that you specifically had with Aaron while he was in the Lake County Jail. You're aware that there is a messaging system to be able to message with inmates, right?
Yes.
And you messaged Aaron on several occasions.
Objection.
For what purpose?
To taunt him
About what?
about him being locked up,
About the daughter or not about the daughter?
about him being incarcerated.
About the daughter or not about the daughter?
No, not about
Not about the daughter. Okay, overruled.
You, there were several messages between where
Now,
you.
before you get into that, I'm gonna let you get into that, but is the protection order against him
Yes,
and for her benefit?
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And so the messages where you were messaging Aaron, one of those included, the word library in the title. Do you remember that?
Objection. Your Honor, there's no time frame here. And if it's outside the time frame of the charges,
When is it?
On July 13th, 2023.
All right, go ahead.
On July
I would
13th.
object.
On July 13th, 2023, you messaged Aaron while he was incarcerated in the Lake County Jail, right?
Yes.
And you said in the title, library, right?
Yes.
And in the content of the
Objection.
message,
Overruled.
you said, you don't EK, right?
What's the relevance of this message?
That she's taunting Aaron.
Okay, is I asked you a question before, is the protection order against him?
Yes.
Or is it against her?
Against him.
Okay, so what's the obligation of the person who has a protection order against them?
None, but it goes to.
No, what's their obligation of somebody who has a protection order against them? What is their
To
obligation?
not communicate with the,
Okay.
so
Okay,
is it overruled?
it's sustained now.
Did Aaron ever message you when he was incarcerated in the Lake County Jail from that texting communication?
No.
And on how many occasions did you message him?
Objection.
Sustained.
On the occasion that you're talking about, the conversation in which Aaron spoke with Samaya, when did that occur?
May 2nd.
And what does that process look like? Does Aaron have to call your phone?
Are you asking how it happened?
Yes. Does Aaron have to call your phone?
Well, no. How did it happen? Did Aaron call your phone? I don't want to know the process. I want to know, if your question is about this specific phone call that it was arranged, then I want to know about the specific phone call. That's how your question has to be directed.
How was it arranged?
I believe
Now-
objection.
Now, okay, two things. I'm going to let you do this, okay? Now, I'm not sure why, because it's not relevant, because all she did, or all the three of them did, was arrange a phone call with the daughter. But let's get this out of the way and go ahead and ask the question.
Unless that
No,
is
go ahead and
not
ask,
the
I'm letting you
charge.
ask the question.
I may be confused on what he's been charged with, but my understanding is that the allegation is that he has been charged with violating a protection order for
Okay.
the direct question that I'm gonna be talking about.
Okay, ask the question. I'm letting you ask the question.
So how did that happen?
He called my phone.
Okay. And what was said?
he was talking to his,
Objection.
Overruled.
what was said, he asked to talk to his daughter.
Okay. And did that conversation happen?
Yes,
And you testified that Aaron also spoke with you during that phone conversation, right?
yes, it was between him and I both.
Okay. And what was the content of that discussion?
Objection.
Well, the discussion between,
Aaron and the
you
witness.
can ask her what she said. I don't know what he said, but unless it's against his interest, then it's not admissible, right?
I think it's the basis for the charge that we're here for.
I told you the parameters with which I'll let you ask the question, okay? I mean, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I did. So you need to either ask it within the parameters or move on to another question.
You talked about how the protection order is still in place today, right?
Yes,
When was the last time that Aaron contacted you?
sometime in July.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
No further questions.
You're gonna have redirect?
Yes.
All right, let's take 10 minutes.